Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we got a lot to talk about. This is going to be live severe weather coverage throughout the night. Things are starting to kind of unfold. We talked about coming on live here about 4 o'clock. You're waiting for these things to kind of activate. There's been several warnings already. There's been a couple of different watches in place. But we've got a widespread severe weather event going to be unfolding this evening. Really, gosh, it extends all the way from the Gulf Coast all the way up into portions of Minnesota with several highlighted areas. And I'll start with this. This is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. And they really didn't change this from what they put out this afternoon. But we do have an enhanced risk for severe weather into good portions of North Texas, as well as Central Texas. There's also another area of concern, too, further to the north up here in Kansas City, all the way up into Iowa, extending into portions of southern Minnesota. But they did go ahead and highlight a moderate risk for severe weather in kind of more of a bullseye and around the Des Moines area, getting back into portions of Sioux City. And then we also have a slight risk for severe weather. It extends, gosh, anywhere from, say, San Antonio to Houston to New Orleans, back into Shreveport, into Fort Smith, into Memphis, back into Bartlesville. So, man, this just really extends, again, all the way up into portions of Iowa, all the way up into portions of Minnesota here. So let's just kind of highlight and take these risks kind of one by one and kind of catch up everybody up to speed here. So there is going to be some significant hail tonight. This is a pretty dangerous system. There's got a very strong low-level jet with it. We've been waiting for this for several days now, and now it's kind of all coming together. We've been in the warm sector for a while. You can actually just kind of feel all the mugginess outside. And so they went ahead and highlighted several areas of concern that would be a little bit more susceptible to some of that larger hail. So if you see this area within this kind of white shaded area, which is pretty big area. So it doesn't imply everybody's going to see very large hail within this area. It's just the atmosphere is capable of producing some golf ball size hail or larger, within this area, essentially from, again, a huge area from San Antonio to Austin, all the way through Waco, the Dallas, portions of Oklahoma City, into Tulsa, back into Kansas, extending all the way into Des Moines, all the way up into portions of Minnesota here, with several highlighted areas, a little bit greater probability. This red shaded area basically implies about a 30% chance. So what that basically means is it means 30% of the storms that move in these areas could turn severe. So not every single one it's going to be severe, or not every single one is going to produce the golf ball size hail, but about 30% of them will. And so within this area of this red shaded area, essentially from Austin to Killeen to Waco to Dallas, most of North Texas could see some, golf ball size hail or particularly larger. And then there's another area of concern further to the north where they have that enhanced risk as well as the moderate risk in place. Again, the 30% chance with the red shaded zone. And then the purple implies the more significant chance, about 45% probability of this area of real estate seeing a supercell that has very large hail with it later on this evening. So that's the hail threat. And then, of course, we have the damaging wind threat that comes with it. But here, let me break down the tornado threat with this. How's everybody going? How are you doing? So thanks for tuning in to the live coverage. So right now, we're just kind of catching you up to speed. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the latest update about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So again, let's highlight these areas. This is the tornado probabilities. All right. So these green shaded areas is basically 2%, a 2% probability. So this is a pretty big area. So this basically implies if a tornado happens, you have a 2% probability of seeing a tornado within the green shaded areas, right? And then the brown shaded areas have a little bit higher probability, about a 5% chance. That typically implies you might see maybe one or two, maybe a few tornadoes within this zone, from Houston to College Station to Killeen to Waco to Dallas to Tyler to Shreveport to McKinney to Paris to Fort Smith to Little Rock. I mean, again, this is a pretty big area, right? So it doesn't imply everybody's going to get one. It just implies there could be a few of these, a few tornadoes within this zone, right? So about a 5% probability. So once you get up further north into Kansas City, again, going into Des Moines where they have that enhanced risk, they have a little bit better opportunity, better probability. So where these yellow shaded areas, that's about a 10% chance. So you have a 10% probability of seeing a strong tornado. So these could be a little bit stronger side on the possibly the EF2 type caliber size. And then within the red shaded areas, it's even higher probability, a 15% chance. So that's why they have the moderate risk in place for the potentially the biggest hail threat, the biggest wind threat, and the biggest chance of seeing a potential tornado threat in and around portions of just north of Des Moines here, and say Ames and to Fort Dodge, going into Mason City, up here to Sioux City. This whole area would be kind of prime. This whole area is a lot more susceptible of seeing one of those EF2, greater probability of a very large tornado could unfold later on this evening into the overnight. Up here and towards Iowa, it's going to be an overnight threat. Really, things don't get going until, probably I think 10 o'clock time frame, but it's going to be an overnight threat, unfortunately. So that would be a nocturnal tornado, threat. And those are more significant because you can't see them, right? You can't see the tornadoes at night, and it makes them even more dangerous as this would unfold in the evening hours. So that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So let me take this off, and now let's kind of break this down on where all the kind of the watches and the warnings are, currently right now. Take that off. All right, so let's zoom down here. All right, so right now, so there was a lot of activity firing out west, so we'll go over that. So let's just highlight the watches first. And I did post this on my Facebook page, but I'll get everybody up to speed. So all these areas in red, this is the current severe thunderstorm watch, which is basically west and southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. But within this watch that goes on until 9 o'clock, and there are already some numerous warnings out right now. Within this watch, you can see some scattered, some very large hail, isolated, some very large hail up to 2.5 inches. That would basically imply tennis ball size hail, potential up to tennis ball size hail, scattered wind gust of up to 70 miles an hour within this zone. All these areas within the pink shaded areas, which include essentially basically areas west of the Metroplex. So this is the current watch. They, I was looking at some of the data from the National Weather Service. They are going to be shifting this watch a little bit closer into the Metroplex. They just haven't issued it yet. It's not close enough. So this is what we have currently right now for this watch that's basically west of the Metroplex. And then we also have another watch that's already in place up here towards where they have that moderate risk in place right now. This is a tornado watch. This is up in portions of Iowa. This is a tornado watch for northwest Iowa, northeast Nebraska, as well as extreme southeast South Dakota. This goes on until 10 o'clock. So this whole area within the yellow shaded areas could see a few tornadoes that are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes. That's those EF2 type tornadoes or greater potential. Scattered very large hail, isolated very large hail up to 2.5 inches. That's that tennis ball size hail. And then scattered wind gust of up to 75 miles an hour. So yes, you're talking scattered wind gust of basically hurricane force winds. You're talking some potential 2.5 inch hail potentially, and then strong tornadoes. So yes, it's a dangerous night in portions of Iowa, and that's why they have that moderate risk in place. And that really doesn't get going until later on this evening, as this watch goes until about 10 o'clock time frame. So let's zoom you back and take off these current watches. And let's go back to the current warnings. The actual warnings that are actually going on right now in portions of Texas. So we did have some storms out earlier, right? So we had some storms that broke off the cap. So I will tell you, if you're watching me from North Texas, the National Weather Service did send out the weather balloon, right? So they did send out the weather balloon around the 18Z. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They did find the cap has weakened significantly. So I don't feel the cap is going to be that much of an issue tonight. There is a very thin layer of the cap. So basically what that means is not every storm that forms is going to be severe. So like what I mean by that is you can zoom right here. That's the activity right now. This activity up here, there's showers and storms, but it's not severe, right? So not every single storm is going to be on the severe side, but the ones that do turn severe, you're going to be seeing some very large hail with these storms. So you can actually see these little dots out here. So if you see basically down by Brownwood, these little areas right here, this is the hail that's already actually fallen. So this is 1.5 inch hail that's already fallen. That's fallen 2.5, 2.25 inch hail, some 2-inch hail. So we've already had some pretty significant hail that's already dropped out of these storms. Hey, Snowies, how are you doing? Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching, and thanks for your help tonight. And of course, always donating. You're so awesome. So let's zoom back out, and so there's more activity underneath this severe threat that had, again, some golf ball size hail. Basically anything 1.75, that's essentially golf ball size hail. When you have that type of hail, that's going to be doing some damage to your vehicle. So that's the probability of tonight with these cells. Now, so if you notice, let me get your bearings straight now. So they do have the, like I said, the severe thunderstorm watch. So this is Interstate 20. Okay. So this is Interstate 20, and you can see the storms. I mean, they're basically south of Interstate 20. And then the movement from these storms are essentially basically east, northeast to east. So what's been happening is these storms fire, and once they turn severe and basically take that right-hand turn, they turn more eastbound than they do east-northeast bound. All right. So what that looks like to me is as these continue to move maybe closer within the Metroplex, that most, not all, but most of the activity from these cells are going to be basically south of the I-20 corridor. So your greater probability, not all of them, so your greater probability would likely be to see the most significant severe weather in portions of Central Texas and North Texas tonight is basically south of the Interstate 20 corridor, essentially from the Waco area up the I-35 corridor through west, through Hillsboro, maybe into Cleburne, back into Glen Rose, Midlothian, into Mansfield. If you could just look at these trajectory of these storms that's happening right now, there's not much activity further to the north, basically north of Interstate 20, right? Everything's really south. And this is the activity that's going to be moving across Central Texas and North Texas later on this evening. So the movement from these storms are about 30 miles an hour, right? And so these are all severe thunderstorms. So right now they're capable of some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, some quarter-size hail. They're basically moving about eastbound 25 to 35 miles an hour, essentially. So on that course, if you kind of do the math, right, that puts most, probably not all the storms, like most ideally through south of Interstate 20, right? And so I was looking at some of the high resolution, kind of short range guidance, and they were having most of the storms through the Metroplex by 9-10 o'clock time frame. That kind of gives you a guesstimate, maybe potentially 9 or 10 o'clock time frame. So right now it's 4 o'clock. So right now we're just kind of watching this activity out here to the southwest and west of the Metroplex. And And so I know they're going to be issuing a watch because I had it, and it looks like it might have already. Okay, yeah, there it is. All right, so they just issued a watch. So let me put the watch back on. Maybe it'll come in. It hasn't updated yet, but yes, they do have a tornado watch. All right, so they just issued a tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock for North Texas. If you want to follow me on my Twitter feed, I'll put my Twitter handle on here, and it'll pop up once the software hits it. Okay, yeah, so it was basically the tornado watch was going over the exact same thing I really kind of went over for you, which basically implies the tornado watch does include San Marcos, Austin, Killeen, into the Waco area, back into Palestine, into Gun Barrel City, into Cleburne, into Dallas, the Dallas area, Forney, right along the I-20 and I-30 corridor. But it doesn't go further than that, right? So that's basically what I was talking about. So most of the storms, the greater probability is going to be south of I-30, south of Interstate 20, and in the Metroplex tonight. Within this tornado watch, you can see. I don't know why that's not popping up. I'll wait for it to pop up here. Yeah, so you can see a couple of tornadoes probable. You can see some scattered hail up to tennis ball size hail. We've already seen the greatest, highest hail within west of the Metroplex of some tennis ball size hail. We've already seen that, and then some scattered wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. And that's essentially from central Texas, which would include the San Marcos area, the Austin area, the Waco area, the Palestine, into Cleburne, Forney, and to Dallas. It does include the Dallas area, basically I-20 and I-30 southward. It doesn't include any counties north of there, and that's in the tornado watch. It doesn't mean you can't see a storm outside of there. It just means the greater probability of seeing a storm is within that watch. So that's just a watch. A watch just basically means you have all the ingredients in place to see a severe thunderstorm, right? So it's not a guarantee you're going to see those storms, just like we had a severe thunderstorm watch last night, and then the cap held, and really nobody in the Metroplex actually got any storms. All right. So, but that's not going to be the case tonight. I mean, there's going to be a greater probability of you seeing some severe weather, but you don't exactly have to be. I mean, it's not verbatim that you don't have to be within the yellow shaded or within the watch area to see a storm. Okay. So you can just be outside the storm. It's just the greater probability of seeing is within that tornado watch. Hey, Brian, how's it going? Hey, you can tell me, is Fort Worth going to get hammered? Well, I mean, they are under. I mean, it does include a little bit of the Fort Worth area. So we're just watching these storms. Again, mainly most of the storms are going to be south of the I-20 corridor. So here is the storms, and this is the movement. All right. So most of the storms, you can see the storms. This is I-20, right? There's not even one storm north of I-20. All right. So the greater probability of all these storms is going to be south of I-20 because this is where all the activity is. Even though some of them are moving east, some of them, yes, are moving east northeast. But if they originate down here towards Waco, they're certainly not going to be into, north of the Metroplex if they're only moving east northeast. Hey, Jennifer, looks like it's moving away from Flower Mound. How's that? I mean, Flower Mound is not in the watch. That's too far north. Hey, should I leave work in Plano and head home to Prosper, or do I have a little time? Yeah, I mean, I would say you have a little time. I mean, everything is Here's the current radar. This is basically west of Weatherford. This is a long ways away. I mean, it's a good 120 miles away from Dallas. Stephenville, there's Glen Rose. We have several warnings out right now. So these are your current warnings. They basically all include about some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust out here just southwest of the Metroplex. They drop some pretty significant hail. So at times they do have some quarter-size hail, but at times they do have some larger size hail, some ping pong size hail, some golf ball size hail, and there's been some mixed, even some tennis ball size hail in some of the isolated bigger storms. If they're able to develop. All right, so there's your tornado watch. They just uploaded it, so let me just go over this for you. So let me highlight what this watch includes. So this is a brand new tornado watch. They just issued it about 5 minutes ago. This does include Central and North Texas. Within this watch that goes on until about 10 o'clock time frame, there's a possibility that you could see a couple tornadoes within this watch. There's a possibility you could see some scattered large hail, some pocket change hail, some quarter size hail, some ping pong size hail. At the highest probability, some tennis ball size hail. Not out of the question. You can even see some tennis ball size hail within this watch, and then some scattered damaging wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. All right, so we're going to watch a cluster of storms will continue to spread eastward across central Texas, with some tendency to develop new development northeastward towards the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and southward to near Austin. The storm environment will gradually become more favorable with embedded supercells into the evening hours, with the potential for a couple of tornadoes, an isolated very large hail threat, and a damaging wind threat. So the tornado watch essentially extends from about 50 miles south of east and west of the line, from 50 miles north and northwest of the line of Corsicana. So all these areas within the tornado watch does include basically San Marcos, and includes the Wimberley area down here towards Austin, towards Dripping Springs, all the way into Marble Falls, all those areas by Linder, into Round Rock, into Pflugerville, back into Georgetown, all the way up into Gerald, Texas, into Florence, back here into Rockdale, then also into Cameron, back into Temple, Texas, Killeen, Texas, all the way extended into Centerville here, and to Palestine, down here to Mejia and to Waco. All these areas are under the watch currently right now. It extends further north into Corsicana, into Waxahachie, into Cleburne, to Burleson. It does include Fort Worth. It does include Dallas. It does include Rockwall. It does include Terrell and Kaufman. It doesn't include Collin County. It doesn't include Denton County. It doesn't include up here into Hunt and these counties further northeast. So it's mainly the most significant threat is basically going to be south of the I-20 corridor and right along, the I-30 corridor southward into the evening hours. That's what it looks like right now. So that's the latest. And this watch goes until 11 o'clock. So again, that's right now. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and these storms are moving about 25 miles an hour. So you just kind of do the math, how long they're going to take to get here. So if you got plans in the Metroplex, you probably have, a good 2 or 3 hours before they start making it your way, right? I mean, they still have a ways away because they're still well out southwest of the Metroplex, and they're moving about 25 miles an hour. Hey, Stormy. How's it going? Hey, we had 2 tornado warnings in Tyler. What did one lightning bolt say to the other? You're shocking. Hey, I just tuned in. What time did you say for McKinney? Well, I mean, McKinney's technically, they're not Collin County. If you're looking at this, they issued a tornado watch that goes on until 11 o'clock. Officially, Collin County and Denton County are not included in the tornado watch right now. Everything is basically going to be most, not all, most of the activity is going to be south of the I-30 corridor. This is all the activity that's unfolding right now. This is all south of I-20 currently right now. And all of the activity, most of the activity is moving east, east, northeast. So it doesn't, you can't roll out a storm further up north, but the greater probability of seeing severe weather tonight and seeing stronger storms are essentially going to be south of I-30. So let me put the movement on here, so you can see the movement of these storms. So there's no tornado warning. There's no tornado warnings within Texas currently at the moment. The storms that have fired have produced some pretty significant hail with them already. Most of them have produced some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust. There's some that's produced, some pocket change hail. There's some that's produced some quarter size hail. And then there's more isolated ones that have produced, some ping pong size hail. And there's been some sporadic, 2-inch hailstones mixed into this area. And then the atmosphere is capable of producing tennis ball size hail. So it's, not out of the question with one of these areas in the yellow shaded area, which again is a big area, right? That's a huge area. One or two of these areas could see some tennis ball size hail, sporadically mixed in within some of these locations between now and 11 o'clock tonight. Hey, North Texas vegetable gardening and cooking. We got a tip of the tornado last week. Really don't want to repeat. Yeah, so the main threat tonight with this system, I can tell you, is going to be your large hail. That's the main threat, first of all. Large hail, and then you have your damaging winds. And yes, there is a possibility of a few tornadoes. Now, I say a few, meaning maybe a one or two or a couple tornadoes. That's what the atmosphere is capable of. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just means it's capable, if the dynamics are right, to produce, a couple of tornadoes. But again, this is within the whole entire yellow shaded area. So the probability is not very likely, which went over the probability is a 5% chance. But 5% chance within this whole yellow shaded area, yes, you could see a couple of tornadoes within this yellow shaded area. Hey, my son's in Weatherford. Looks like the worst just passed. What, in Weatherford? No, it hasn't even hit Weatherford yet. Yeah, I mean, there's actually a storm not too far from you and not too far from Weatherford. But yeah, but Weatherford's right on the I-20 corridor. I mean, they're technically not on the tornado watch. They're really not under the severe thunderstorm watch. They're kind of in the borderline. But we do have a storm. It's not severe, but there is a storm just out to the west of there. And then there's more activity down here that's moving east northeast. So they're definitely not out of the clear yet. Hey, bad weather anxiety here in Burleson, Texas. Hoping this storm goes by without an event, unlike Monday night. I believe around 7 we will be hit by heavy rain. Yeah, so we kind of dodged a bullet last night. I mean, there was, it was a close call. I mean, it was literally the cap was literally about a degree away from breaking. I mean, it could have went either way. That's why they had that conditional risk. Luckily, it didn't break because, last night it would have been all or nothing. I mean, it would have been any storm that would have formed last night would have been, large hail, pretty much guaranteed. And that's what happened in Oklahoma. Pretty much every storm that happened last night in Oklahoma, there weren't that many, but the ones that did form, as well as into Arkansas, they were pretty much all severe. And they all had, golf ball size hail. They had some tennis ball size hail. They had baseball. I think even Logan, Arkansas had even up to softball size hail at one point. And then they also had several tornadoes, along a boundary. And I know at least one or two were actually on the strong side. as well. Hey, Lauren, hey, anything concerning tonight in this area? Should I get my truck in the garage? Hey, it's always, it's always better to be safe. But, Salina's technically not under the tornado watch. They're not under the severe thunderstorm watch. Uh, but I mean, you can't. It's always be safe. It's always better to be safe and having a rush to get that thing in if something happens. But no, officially they're not under the tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. Hey, Thomas. Hey, you're in Sioux City, Iowa. Hey, thanks for watching. The black, oh, that's just kind of ground clutter from the radar. That's just ground clutter from the radar. Hey, Thomas. Yeah, the Sioux City stuff. You're probably at least a couple hours away for storms kind of unfolded there. All right, so we're watching. Let's zoom into this storm here down here into Hamilton County. So there is a severe thunderstorm at 4:18. There was a severe thunderstorm that was located near Hicko in Hamilton, moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. They has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail with it. So within those zones are going to be the Dublin area, Hamilton area, the Hicko area until about 5:15 time frame. This is Comanche County and central Texas. All this activity is moving east, and there's also another storm further down to south that's already dropped some pretty significant hail within its path. That started around 4:10. That was another severe thunderstorm that was located about 8 miles west of Pitcoke, moving eastbound northeast about 30 miles an hour. Again, another severe thunderstorm capable of producing some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. These are all moving east northeast. Looks like my kids are just getting home. Okay, so they did in fact include this is the brand new severe thunderstorm warning they just issued further here. This is a severe thunderstorm that was located near Morgan Mill, Huckabee, moving northeast about 25 miles an hour. This is for northern Erath County, southwestern Parker County, southeastern Palo Pinto County, as well as northwestern Hood County and north central Texas. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, another warning that includes some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. This is all moving northeast, and you can see the trajectory of this storm. This is all moving northeast. Here's the cone that this storm is heading off to, going to be towards the Huckabee area about around 4:38 time frame, and this continues off to the northeast towards the Morgan Hill area around 4:58. And it'll eventually cross over Highway 281 there towards about the 5 o'clock time frame. So if you do the math and it continues on this trajectory, it'll head towards the Lipan area here shortly. Yeah, the black is I'm using a radar that's not picked up by the Fort Worth radar. This is the radar that's further off to the southwest, that's closer within this activity right now. Yeah, so we'll use this one for now because it's a lot closer. It can zoom in better. Hey, Brianna, Wise County and Denton County. Is Collin County in the clear tonight? I mean, just because they're not in a watch, I mean, we can't, we can't put them in the clear. All this activity still has to come through the Metroplex, but there's uh, a lot less likely they get hit by severe weather. Yeah, most of the activity is going to be south of I 30. Hey, Gene. Hi, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning into the live feed. All right, let me zoom out. Yeah, I just looked. Currently, right now, there's no other warnings happening right now. I know there's a lot of activity expected to happen, but currently, that's not going to be until later on this evening for parts further north. So right now, the activity is all in Texas at the moment, down here in Central Texas. Hey, Emily, how's Little Elm looking for tonight? Saw Denton County was not included in the tornado watch. Yeah, I mean, like I said, most of the activity is going to be south of I 30. So if you live south of I 30, you're probably going to be seeing severe weather tonight. If you live north of I 30, there's a lot less probability you're going to see severe weather. Not that you can't see one, but there's a lot less probability you're going to see some severe weather tonight. Hey, kindness from Denton, Texas. Hoping for rain, but not much severe. Yeah, the rain would be nice. Hey, did the cap hold in South Texas? Or we are expecting some strong storms tonight? No, I mean, what do you include South Texas? Because storms are firing into, Austin towards Central Texas, and they're going to be back building, later on this evening. Hey, so let's take a pause and let's take a look at the latest radar, so I can kind of show you the guidance. So this will kind of give you an idea of this is the latest, what they call the HRRR. So this is what they call the high resolution guidance, maybe the latest run. So maybe kind of give us an idea of what to expect later on this evening. So let's put this in motion. All right, let me run its course and then I can stop it and we can look at it again. All right, moving kind of fast. All right, so let's zoom in. So this is the latest high resolution guidance. This is just the latest run. So don't take this like ultimately verbatim. So you can see this model starting around 5 o'clock. And then there's a storm up here northeast of McKinney, which basically it's not even real, right? So you can't take this verbatim. This is going to exactly play out like it shows, but this just kind of gives you a guide on possibly what to expect in the movement of these storms throughout the evening. So there's about 6 o'clock. So there's storms continuing to move to the northeast. They do have a little bit more storms towards Fort Worth. Most of the activity is south of I-20. There's a 6 o'clock time frame. So there's 7 o'clock. So this is just the latest run. What we're taking a look at is just model guidance. So this is the latest model guidance from the high resolution model. So this just kind of gives you an idea. You can't really take this verbatim, but based on this, they do have some storms, developing and continue to push off. South of I-20 does have a few storms north of I-30 into Plano and Garland and back towards Denton. This is around 7 o'clock p.m. There's 8 o'clock p.m. So by 8 o'clock, we could be seeing some pretty large supercells within these purple shaded areas. That kind of implies that's potentially a supercell thunderstorms that could be dropping some pretty large hail at that time frame, possibly near the Waco area, towards south of Dallas, towards the Corsicana area, maybe into Kaufman. back towards Greenville. And then if we continue to expand, this latest run moves it pretty quickly. This is about through 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock, it's showing most of the activities past the Metroplex, with more of a squall line setting up with these supercells going past North Texas, heading into East Texas towards the Tyler area. Through Tyler, there's about 11 o'clock, entering Texarkana, entering Longview, entering the Shreveport area. Then if we extend the view, it goes into more of a kind of a bow segment. You see this kind of bowing out. This is at 1 o'clock in the morning, heading into Monroe here, heading into Pine Bluff, going into Little Rock, Arkansas, with this nasty squall line. This would imply this is more of a damaging wind threat at that point, with this kind of a bow echo and maybe some 75-mile-per-hour winds to it. And if we continue to expand, it has all this activity moving off into Jackson, heading towards the Memphis, Tennessee area. It has a little bit of flare up back into portions of Oklahoma. And then we have more storms firing into possibly the Oklahoma area, into the Fort Smith, Arkansas area. And then towards about 7 o'clock time frame, that goes until tomorrow, right? That's tomorrow morning. So that's when we have the cold front. So then it shifts back to Dallas, where we could have another line, say early tomorrow morning. This would be the cold front. So this is along the cold front, and some of these are on the strong to possibly some severe side. They do have a marginal risk in place for severe weather in Dallas for tomorrow, early tomorrow morning. So we could be looking at maybe a damaging wind threat as this kind of a broken squall line moves through the Metroplex, say early tomorrow morning, maybe 7-8 o'clock time frame. And then this would, by 9 o'clock, be shifting off into East Texas, and then much cooler air will be training back behind it. So here's let me zoom out and look at the rest further north. All right, so let's stop it here. So if we turn further north, this is back into Sioux Falls, back into Sioux City. This is where they do have that tornado watch currently right now that goes until about 9-10 o'clock, I think 10 o'clock time frame. So we do have some supercells starting to fire, possibly around 6 o'clock towards the Sioux City area, possibly the Sioux Falls area. If we continue to expand, there's more supercells forming. This is where they have that large hail threat, where that 30 to 45% large hail threat, some pretty significant tornadoes. So these could be tornadic supercells by then, as we head towards the 8-9 o'clock time frame. And then this kind of goes into more of a nasty squall line, setting up into portions of Iowa here, going down into Omaha, Nebraska. This would extend into portions of Kansas. And then that just expands, getting into St. Paul, into Rochester, into Des Moines. This extends all the way down into Wichita, maybe by the 11 o'clock time frame, and then just kind of shifts into the overnight hour and becomes more of a kind of a nocturnal threat. So this is early tomorrow morning. We could be having some storms, over the Tulsa area, over the Fort Smith, Arkansas area. And then that squall line, that secondary squall line for tomorrow morning, would be going through Dallas by tomorrow morning. And then this all shifts off further to the east as we go deeper in tomorrow. So that kind of gives you an overall guidance of the latest high resolution run of kind of what these storms are going to be looking like over the next 18 to 24 hours. All right, so let's zoom back in. Let's go back towards, all right, some of these warnings that's happening right now. So these are the current warnings. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the trajectory of just some of the latest guidance, what that was implying. So this is the real-time activity now of these storms southwest of the Metroplex, moving about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm not seeing any hailstones right now bigger than say a quarter. They had some bigger hail earlier, but I do feel like once it gets a little bit closer towards, say, the I-35 corridor, there's going to be a little bit more instability to work with. There's going to be a little bit more lift in the atmosphere, and I do think that that hail threat is going to be bumped up. I think the hailstones are going to be a little bit amped up a little bit as they get closer to the I-35 corridor. Yeah, you got to remember, this is spring. We're expecting a very active spring storm season, but we are expecting, a very dry time frame with the La Nina still in place, and that's just going to continue to remain in place. So, I mean, the data from as far as like the rain goes never really showed like that much rain. These are fairly quick movers. These are fairly more isolated type of in nature, and really over the 3 days, the most rainfall that I ever could come up with is about a half inch, and that was some of the highest totals, and that's over the 3 days of the events. So this was never a kind of a big rain producer from these storms, but they were, big severe storms, maybe big hail producers, but overall about 40% coverage for the severe storms. So nothing even happened last night, and then you have about 40% coverage tonight, and then tomorrow morning you've got that very quick squall line that races across, and that again, it's probably moving 50 miles an hour. So it's a quick wind threat. It'll probably be in and out in 30 minutes to maybe 45 minutes or so as it moves across. And it's kind of broken. It's not like a solid line either. So it's kind of broken. So it's not guaranteed everybody's going to get a good soaking. It's just again about 30 or 40% is going to be getting some rain. So I would say if you get more than half inch from this activity, I would consider yourself lucky. Hey, I'm east of Dallas and have family text me saying they were expecting bad weather, but my local station hasn't said much. East of Dallas. Hey, Heather. Hey, thanks for tuning in to the live feed. All right, so it's almost 5 o'clock time frame. So what we're watching is we're just watching this activity out here west of the Metroplex. And I can put the tornado watch because I know a lot of people are brand new that's just coming online here. So this is the new tornado watch that just got issued for the next till 11 o'clock time frame. All these areas shaded in yellow are under the tornado watch. Let me switch radar so it's not browned out. All right, so all these areas in yellow are under that tornado watch. That does include the Austin area, the Round Rock area, towards Palestine, into Mahia, into Waco, out here where they're all getting all the severe weather right now, towards the Hamilton area, into Gatesville, and then back up to Cleburne, back into Burleson, into Waxahachie, through Ennis, through Kaufman. It does include Dallas County. It does include Tarrant County. And it does include portions of Garland, Rockwall, Saxe, Carrollton, Keller. It pretty much stops right there about 635. It doesn't include anything north of there. So your highest probability of storms tonight is going to be essentially south of I-20. You can see where all the storms are currently right now. They're basically south. Here's I-20. This is the I-20 corridor. And these are all moving more or less east northeast. So you can pick on this storm right here. This is moving northeast about 25 miles an hour out here in Bosque and Erath County. It's got some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-inch hail associated with it, and it's moving northeast. Yeah, that massive blizzard's unfolding right now in North Dakota. Yeah, I can't believe they're expecting portions of 3 feet, and it's going to be snowing for probably, I don't know, 3 days in a row. It really doesn't wind down until about Thursday night in North Dakota. Yeah, so here's the movement on these storms. Well, Benbrook is they are under the tornado watch. So Benbrook is under the tornado watch. So and you can see the storms moving, east northeast. So yes, you do have a probability of seeing some hail tonight. Oh, hey, Cassie. Oh, you went to Indianapolis. That's tomorrow's activity. That's a lot going on. That's I mean you went to Indianapolis. Yeah, that's definitely tomorrow. I'm just trying to get some guesstimation of times here for you. All right, looks like Cassie, it potentially might start around noontime. The severe weather for tomorrow, and goes through pretty much throughout the day into the evening hours. Pretty good rains, at least an inch or two in Indianapolis tomorrow. And you do have an enhanced risk for severe weather. So it's going to be a pretty bumpy day tomorrow in Indianapolis, pretty much all day. You brought your solar panels inside? How'd you do that? They were on your roof? Huh. I never thought about disconnecting them. Oh, how's the puppy? She's sleeping. Yeah, she's growing up fast. Sunny is 8 months old now. She's 8 months old. You have 6 inside and 6 to go. Yeah, Sunny is 8 months old. She's about 23 pounds now. They say she's going to be fully grown after about 10 months. So we're almost there. I wish she'd stop growing, but I think she's going to be. I think she's going to be maxed out around 27 pounds or so. But she's doing great. We've been seeing a dog trainer for kind of every other week. I think we have like 2 sessions left. It's kind of going through what they call puppy training, essentially. Hey, Donna. Yeah, so Waco is definitely in the bullseye tonight, Donna. You're definitely a little bit more susceptible to seeing all that larger hail. So right now it's basically just west of you and into the Gatesville area, and it's not going to be that far away now. So you're about possibly, I don't know, maybe an hour away or so to seeing some of this larger hail going to be impacting your area. You are under the tornado watch. That does include potentially some golf ball to possibly even some tennis ball size hail potentially. You can see out west, we've had some hailstones. some of those have been in that caliber. There's been some 1.5 inch here. There's been some 2 inch. 1.75 is your that is your golf ball size hail. So we've had some hailstones of that caliber. So once this watch ends, that does have some ping pong size hail that was reported into Izoro City area. That's all going to be moving towards the Waco area. So once this one expires, then probably Waco will be under that severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, San Antonio is like on the far edge of this event. So I mean, this is these storms are going to be back building. You can see into the San Antonio area right now. This is what they call back building, meaning they formed along the boundary and then they continue to form and shift further south. But this is about the southern flank of it. So yes, San Antonio is going to be seeing some storms, probably not likely on the severe side. They do have a mesoscale discussion out that has some gusty winds and some 40-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel size hail. So you're probably going to be more likely in what they call the pocket change hail, your penny size, dime size, nickel size, and then wind gust of lower than severe, basically lower than 58 miles an hour. That is probably the most likely probability for San Antonio. Hey, Carrie, the sun has come out here in BCS. Does that mean we will not have a storm today? BCS. Is that British Columbia? BCS. How long does it expected to get into Prosper? Hey, Shelly. Well, again, Prosper is technically not in the tornado watch currently right now. So you can't rule out storms further north, but the less probability is, the more probability is going to be south of Collin County. Oh, Bryan College Station. Sorry. Bryan College Station. Okay. Yeah, Bryan College Station is, sorry. Yeah, way out here. Yes, I think this will be extended a little bit further south, but you're probably a couple hours away. I mean, right now you're not officially in the tornado watch currently. Hey, Stephanie. Sulphur Springs. Yeah, so it's going to be, I think Sulphur Springs is further north. Yeah, that's further north. Yeah, currently right now, Sulphur Springs is not currently in the tornado watch. And this watch goes into 11. Yeah, and these storms are going to be shifting east. Hey, what about Arlington? Well, Arlington is right there, locked in the middle of the tornado watch. So you're probably maybe 2 hours away from this activity heading your way. You can see the movement on these storms. These are all moving east northeast. Hey, Heather. Yeah, in Collin County, well, again, Collin County is officially not in the tornado watch. They're not in the severe thunderstorm watch. Most of the activity is going to be south of I-20. Hey, Lucinda. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is the yellow shaded tornado watch. I got a lot of people asking me about Collin County. Collin County is not in a tornado watch. They are not in a tornado watch. They are not officially in the tornado watch. Collin County or Denton County is not in a tornado watch. And most of the activity is going to be south of I-30. South of I-30. If you live north of I-30, you're less likely to see severe weather tonight. Not to say you can't, but you're less likely to see it. Hey. Hey, thanks so much for the donation, Silver. All right. Oh, I think my kids made it home. Okay, so it looks like we've got our first tornado warning of the evening. All right, so we got our first tornado warning of the evening. This is further south into Bell, Texas. So let's zoom into the area. This is for Oglesby, Flat, Texas, and Leon Junction, Texas, until 5:45. So this is a radar indicated tornado at 5 o'clock. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado that was located 8 miles north of Fort Hood, or moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is our first tornado warning of the year. Of the tonight, and then this is for southeastern Coryell County in central Texas and north central Bell County in central Texas as well. So let's switch radars here and let's go back to the. All right, so this is our first tornado warning for the night, and you can see this rotation right here towards the Antelope Crossing area. This is why they issued the tornado warning, because this area right here by Jackson Crossing does show pretty good signs of rotation here, and that's all lifting off into the northeast. So if we put a movement on this storm, so locations in this path or in the kind of the bullseye are heading towards within this cone shaded area and to St. Elijah Village down here into Bell, Texas, getting into portions of Cold Springs as well as La Grove. This is all south of the Metroplex, basically essentially south of Waco here. So this is a brand new, this is our tornado warning, our first of the evening of this activity that was highlighted near the Antelope Crossing area that is showing some signs of rotation just basically south of Gatesville. And this is all lifting off into the northeast. It does have some penny-sized hail, but the main impact from this system is going to be your rotating supercell that does show some circulation, and you can actually see some darkening colors here. So that is an indication that this activity is trying to get a little bit more tightening, get a little bit more compact within this area as it continues to move off to the northeast. Hey Ross, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for coming on the live for me. And let me switch it just to the velocity view. All right, so this is the area that we're talking about that has the tornado warning. This is for Bell, Texas, the Olsby, Texas, the Flat, Texas, and Leon Junction area down here south of Gatesville towards east of the Waco area. This is all lifting off east, northeast. So areas of impact are going to be right along near the Highway 36 area. This is around 5:19 p.m. Then as this continues, it'll be heading towards the Oldsby area towards about the 5:49 time frame along Highway 84 here. But that is our first tornado warning of the night, and that is well south of the Metroplex and towards just east of the Waco area. So this circulation, if it continues on its path, would be heading towards the Hewitt area and towards the Waco area down here into central Texas. Oh, you got some 35-mile-per-hour winds in Manitoba? Oh, you think they should have included Denton and Collin County in the watch? Hey, what about Carrollton? Yeah, most of the activity is going to be south of I-30. I mean, Carrollton is right on the borderline of this tornado watch later on this evening. But a lot of that, most of the activity again is going to be, I think, mainly south of I-20. Yeah, right now we don't have one storm north of I-20. And these little dots, they show you the trajectory of these storms. Most of the storms are moving east. Some are moving east, northeast. Most of the activity is moving eastbound. One of the things that what's been happening is as they get stronger and as they become a little bit more severe, they tend to take more of a right-hand turn, and they turn more eastbound than more northeastbound. All right, so we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Timberwood Park, Texas, Belvedere, as well as Garden Ridge. This is another new severe thunderstorm warning. Locations in its path are going to be the Hollywood Park area, the Garden Ridge area, and the Timberwood Park area. So with some 50-mile-per-hour winds. But what makes it severe is the quarter-size hail associated with it. Another severe thunderstorm for Killeen, Texas, down into Temple, Texas, down into the Harker Heights area. of all this activity down here southwest of the Metroplex here. Here, let me X out of this software and get back in. Hold on, stand by. All right. All right, so it's refreshed now. All right, so what we're watching is this activity down here towards southwest of the Metroplex. Most of it is severe warned. We do have one active tornado warning down here just to the west of the Waco area, down here south of Gatesville, of this rotating supercell that does have some rotation on the backside here. This is lifting off really just north of Gatesville here. This area of instability that is tornado warned at the moment. So yes, the most likely impacts from these storms are going to be your large hail for this evening. So there is a slight chance of seeing a tornado or two probable, but the main impact from these storms are going to be your very large hail that's going to be associated with them. And that most of the storms, a lot of the storms that have originated are producing some severe hail with it, some quarter size hail, some ping pong size hail, and you see kind of sporadic amounts of some golf ball size hail kind of mixed in within these areas. But this tornado warning goes on for another 32 minutes. So at 5 o'clock, there was that severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing tornado that was 8 miles north of the Fort Hood area, and that was moving east about 30 miles an hour. This is for north central Bell County and central Texas area. Hey, Ross. It's getting really windy. All right, so let me put the movement on these storms. It's about 5:13. So everything's west, everything's southwest of the Metroplex still, and into central Texas, and east. It's west of I-35. Let me go back to this gate. Let me go back to this. This looks like this tornado is on the ground, guys. I'm seeing storm spotters. This rotating wall cloud. It's off in a distance, but it looks like it appears that it looks like it's touched down. It looks like this tornado, from what I can see, the circulation just south of Gatesville here appears to me has a lowering wall cloud. This is a rapidly rotating wall cloud approaching Highway 36, basically southwest. It's currently 7 miles basically south of the Gatesville area, And this wall cloud looks like it's trying to touch down off in a distance here. So this is the area of concern just south of the Gatesville area near FM 116 here of this this storm that is tornado warned at the moment. All right, so we got another, confirmed tornado. So we got a confirmed tornado at 5:13. This is a confirmed tornado now. Was located near Fort Gates, or 8 miles south of Gatesville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this is a confirmed tornado. They just highlighted it. This is the area right here of the observed tornado that's on the ground. Weather spotters have confirmed a damaging tornado was $half size hail. This is a confirmed tornado that was located near Fort Gates, or 8 miles south of the Gatesville area, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain mainly over the rural areas. It looked off in a distance. Mainly it's going to be in the rural areas, east central Correll and north central Bell counties, including the following locations of Oglesby. So this is a confirmed tornado. I'm actually looking at it. If you follow me on Twitter, and here's my Twitter feed. I'll be retweeting some pictures of any storm pics or watches and warnings. But we do have a confirmation from storm spotters. This is in a rural area out there near Oglesby. This confirmed tornado that has touched down out there. So if you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe zone with this confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now, just south of the Oglesby area. And you can see the refresh. This is all shifted off. This is your tornado warning. Basically south of the Gatesville area. This is the observed tornado heading towards the Oglesby area, just south of Crawford here. So this is the velocity view. You can actually see the tornado come in the picture, that it crossed over FM 116. It's basically south of the Gatesville area. It's crossing over 84 here. It's south of Fort Gates, south of County Road 84. And this is heading towards Lime City, heading towards the Oglesby area, south of Crawford. So these areas need to take shelter. If you live in these areas, it is rural area, but there are some houses within this area. But this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now south of Gatesville. Yeah, it looked like the hail has picked up in intensity too. Yeah, so not only is there a tornado, but the hail is really intensified over this area as well. Some very large hail has developed within this corridor here, just south of Gatesville. You can actually see where all the hail is on this this particular model. So there's essentially one supercell here. There's another supercell south of Gatesville. There's another one south of Glen Rose, and then there's another one south of Weatherford. These are all producing some pretty pretty big hail at the moment, and there's 4 separate supercells that are all lined up just west of I-35. And then we're watching this one down here by Oglesby that has turned tornadic and has a confirmed tornado within the area. Now you can see it right here. You can see some debris trying to fly in the air here, just south of Gatesville, heading off to the northeast towards Oglesby. Oh gosh, looks like I got best cams. Oh great. Hopefully the moderators will take that guy out. All right, so we're watching this developing confirmed tornado that is on the ground just south of Gatesville here. It's got some pretty significant hail with it. If you're just tuning in, this was a confirmed tornado. I've seen pictures by spotters. A confirmed tornado that was located near Fort Gates, or 8 miles south of Gatesville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. This is in Corral for Bell County, down south of Gatesville. This is just west of Waco, and this is all moving off to the east. So this continued supercell is going to continue to push off to the eastbound, and this will eventually head towards Waco. So if you live in Waco, you need to be on high alert from this supercell that has shown signs of being tornadic. That'll be heading your way in the next 30 to 45 minutes. – 115 mile per hour winds. Near Granbury. And let me take this tornado watch off because it's getting distorted. Oh, we got another tornado warning. All right, this is another tornado warning that just popped up. This is south. This is in Florence. This is a brand new tornado warning. Where's it at? All right, so here it is. This is another new tornado warning that just developed. This is another radar indicated tornado at 5:20. A severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado that was located near Florence, or 15 miles northwest of Serenata, moving eastbound about 25 miles an hour. This is for north central Williamson County and south central Texas until around 5:45 p.m. This is issued by the Austin and San Antonio National Weather Service down there. So let's see. Okay, yeah. So this activity is quickly spun up a supercell just west of I-195 here, near just north of Florence. So this is the area of concern that has the rotation with it around County Road 138, I-95, as this continues to push off to the east. So this new tornado warning is also going to be heading towards the Gerald, Texas area. If you get your bearings, this is basically south of Killeen, south of Temple, Texas, and north of Round Rock here. So this is in between north of Georgetown, north of Gerald, just west of Gerald, which is the city of Florence. It is showing some rotation that warranted the tornadic supercell that is tornado warned until another 20 more minutes as this continues to push off to the east. So we have 3 tornado warnings now and 1 confirmed tornado along this boundary. All right, so let me go further north because this is another new severe thunderstorm warning that's issued a little bit closer to the Metroplex. So this is for at 5:25. There was a severe thunderstorm that was located along a line extending from near Willow Park or to near Godley, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So this does have some 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-size hail. This severe thunderstorm warning includes the northern Johnson County area in north central Texas, the southeastern Parker County and north central Texas, Tarrant County, as well as northwestern Ellis County, and then western parts of Dallas County. So this does have some 65-mile-per-hour winds with it of this supercell for this evening. Why is that severe? That's all the way. That's all the way. That's all the way. Seems like the opacity's off. All right, so this, so this is that developing supercell. You can see actually the bow. So yeah, so you can actually see these winds trying to bow out. That's always an indication of some higher wind gust associated with this boundary here. So whenever you see it tries to bow out, that's definitely always an indication where these winds are going to be ramped up. So we talked about once it kind of reaches the I-35 corridor, I thought it was going to hit a little bit of a boundary there with a little bit more lift. And I think these storms are going to be ramping up. So this is exactly what we're seeing as they get a little bit closer to the I-35 corridor. We're starting to see some tornadic activity starting to pop up a little bit further south. And we're also seeing the winds starting to increase as these kind of bow segments are trying to form out ahead of the leading edge. So, and this I-35 right here. And so, yeah, this is another area that it's bowing. Wow, look at this, guys. Look at that. I mean, it's really bowing out there. So that's even more significant. So these winds are really trying to amplify as it gets closer to the I-35 corridor here. Wow, there's another tornado warning. So another tornado warning at 5:24. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Florence, or 15 miles southwest of Harker Heights, moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. This is for southwestern Bell County until 6:15. So locations in its path could include a potential tornado and some golf ball size hail. So the hailstones are kind of ramping up now. This is along Interstate 35 around mile markers 277, in between 277 and 291 down here and towards southwestern Bell County. So this is another tornadic storm that's producing some pretty significant hail. So you can see all the hailstones that have fallen within this storm. So you see some 1.2, 1.5, some 1.7s. So yeah, up to golf ball size hail with this particular storm that has turned tornadic with a lot of rotation happening in the Florence area, as well as just south of Mountain View Estates here. Hey, streaming me live in Carrollton, Texas. Thanks. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. So yeah, if you got friends and family that live in Central Texas and North Texas, yeah, share the feed. Let them know I'm doing live coverage really throughout the entire duration event. The tornado watch goes on until about 11 o'clock this evening. So I'm going to be with you for most of the evening here. So if they want to know about the weather, if they want to know about live, what's happening or what's going to happen in their neck of the woods, send them the link. You can share it in some group pages. Share it with any friends and families that you may know that are going to be impacted from these potential storms tonight, because it is going to be impacting for a pretty good area. And we've already seen 4 tornado warnings happening, and then we've seen an observed tornado on the ground. And these storms are looking to trying to intensify, really as we speak, as they get closer to the I-35 corridor here. Yeah. So, but this particular cell out towards west of Fort Worth, it does have a little bit more significant winds. There are some winds approaching that 65-mile-per-hour range that's heading into the city of Fort Worth as we speak. So you can see it's raining pretty heavily right now near I-20 into the White Settlement area, towards the Willow Park area, into Anita Sounds down in by Crescent, into Godley down towards Cleburne. And this all shifts further south into Blum, Texas, into Whitney. Then if you continue to expand, more heavier rain near the Crawford area. And then that's where we've had all those tornado warnings. And then that tornadic supercell further south into Fort Gates with all the heavier rain, and the brand new tornado warnings down here south of Killeen and heading towards Gerald. And then we do have even more isolated cells trying to form down here by Linder. So you can see the separation. That's what makes these tornadic, is there's holes, right? So if you go along this boundary, there's definitely separation within these sectors. So there's separate cells that are not really connected, that makes them a little bit more severe. All right, so that tornado was actually able to lift back up in the atmosphere. So we don't have any tornadoes that are currently on the ground. We did have that one towards the Oldsby area, but right now this is the one of the newest tornadoes warnings that just got issued. This was near the southwestern Bell County area, and that severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado that was located near Florence, or about 15 miles southwest of the Harker Heights area. And that was moving eastbound around 30 miles an hour. It does have a potential tornado, but also some golf ball size hail within this particular storm. Hey, Tammy, Frisco baseball canceled all the games tonight. Oh, Leander. Hey, thanks, Nathan. So Leander, it's pronounced Leander and Leander. Thank you. I've been to Round Rock. I've actually been to Georgetown, but I haven't actually been to Leander. All right, so let's expand the view and put the movement on this on these storm tracks. So yes, if you're just kind of tuning in, most, not all, but most of the storms are moving eastbound. Some are moving northeast, but most are going to be basically south of I-30 this evening. That's where most of the tornado watch does imply. And then these storms are getting a little bit closer. You can actually see them bowing out here. So that's always an indication where it's going to be a little bit higher winds that are coming out of the Blum area, heading in towards the Whitney area. This all heads towards Hillsborough and Itasca. So these winds are definitely intensifying as they get a little bit closer. So if you look at these trajectory of storms further to the north, we do have this one cell that's trying to push a little bit more further northeast. And that could include portions into possibly Keller, Texas, here in a little bit. But there's the line. There is I-20. So there's the I-20 corridor. So we do have we do have some activity that's just north of I-20, but it's mainly, most of the activity, I would say 90% of the activity is south of I-20. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in to the live feed tonight. So you're watching storm coverage happening right now. So we are under, there's portions of North and Central Texas that are under a tornado watch that's going to be happening between now and 11 o'clock time frame. We've had several storms that have been severe, and we've had several storms that have been tornadic as well. And with one tornado that has been confirmed on the ground earlier near the Oglesby, Texas area. Yeah, it looks like there were several people that sent some stars. I appreciate it. Tina, Fallon, Heather, Bree, Jan, Holly, Amy. Thanks for all watching. Hey, Monica, Marlon, Tammy, Angelina, Mike, Mary Lou, Jason. Hey, thanks so much for sending the stars. Greatly appreciated. Definitely helps out the live stream. Yeah, so Facebook gives you an option if you want to donate through the stars. You can press a button and you can donate that way if you like to. Of course, YouTube. I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. They give you the option for the super chats, and of course, it's always optional. But here's my Venmo if anybody would like my Venmo account as well. But yeah, so we're watching storm coverage unfold tonight. And so we're just watching this activity down here further to the south, getting a little bit more instability. It's what they call back building. There is more activity that's trying to form a little bit further south, heading towards the Round Rock area. But most of it's along this boundary. It's basically along the dry line. So we had this activity last night, but the dry line just never got active. So tonight, there was disturbance further down to the south. There was another disturbance, and this low level jet that we've been waiting on for the last couple of days is actually a little bit closer now. So it has a lot more lift with it. So, and then the National Weather Service sent out the balloon earlier this afternoon, and they basically saw that the cap had weakened significantly. So that's why we're watching these storms just kind of erupt as we get closer into that time frame. And so that's what's happening. It's just the storms are there. It's just the lift and most of the activity did develop. It all developed basically south of Abilene earlier, and it continued to move east northeast. So most of the activity is continuing to gain strength, but on that trajectory, it's going to be, for the most part, south of the Metroplex and basically south of I-20. And then not that you can't get storms north of I-20, but it's going to be a less likely probability, as most of the activity is going to be south of I-20. All right. All right. So let me get back to the warnings here. Yeah, it looks like, okay, so the National Weather Service earlier did confirm the tornado into Bell County, southwest of Salado. And that might actually be confirmed right now. All right, so it looks like, yes, we have our second tornado warning, tornado warn supercell that is an observed officially from the National Weather Service. They did confirm this tornado at 5:38. Confirmed tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Florence, or 10 miles south of the Harker Heights area, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So this has been confirmed by the National Weather Service as of a minute ago. With that confirmation on the ground. In fact, they actually have a picture of it, of this kind of a rope. This is a very thin rope tornado that is, in fact, yes, it's definitely on the ground as we speak towards the Bell County area. Yeah, so this is the area of concern that has the tornado with it down towards the Cedar Valley area. This is the confirmed tornado that is on the ground that continue. Wow, look at that refresh. This is getting intensifying right now with these yellows that are popping up. That's an indication that the storm has intensified with more deepening rotation within that sector here of right here by the area of Cedar Valley. This is a developing, getting stronger tornado as we speak that is on the ground, confirmed by the National Weather Service. This is in Bell County. Okay, so here's your bearings. This is the velocity view. So this is basically north of Cedar Valley. There's the city of Salado. So it's going to be near the city of Salado about 5:52. So another 8 minutes. So if you live in Salado, if you live in Summer Hills, you definitely need to be in your safe zone, as this confirmed tornado is on the ground, and it looks like it's intensifying as we speak, with a little bit more tighter rotation with it. You can see the city of Jarrell. This is basically north of Jarrell into central Texas. If we zoom out even further, this is Killeen. There's Gatesville. So this is in south of Waco into central Texas, basically north of Round Rock here, of this developing tornado that is on the ground right here by Cedar Valley, heading towards the Salado area in about another 5 to 7 minutes. So this is Highway 35. It's going to be crossing over Highway 35 in about the next 10 to 12 minutes, potentially, as this continues to shift off east about 30 miles an hour. So this is our second confirmed tornado of the evening down here towards in central Texas. We had one earlier into the Oglesby area. And then, yes, we have another one right now with a lot of high, a lot of big hailstones with it. You can see some 2.2 inches here, some golf ball size hail, but this is the main concern right now with this strengthening tornado as we speak, continue to move off to the east about 30 miles an hour. All right, let me zoom out, make sure I'm not missing anything. So this is a confirmed tornado. This is our second one of the evening that has been confirmed. This is basically south of the Killeen, Texas area. This goes on for another 28 more minutes. It does have golf ball size hail with it. It's moving off east. And the rest of them had been able to expire. So the rest of the tornado warnings have expired. So this is the one that's currently active, but unfortunately, it has a confirmed tornado with it as well. So we're looking at a confirmed tornado. Let me put the movement on it, and you can see the last frame that it really started to come together as it entered Cedar Valley here. It started off as more of maybe a rope tornado, but now it's developed a little bit bigger base associated with it as it continues to lift off into the east. Yeah, so let me put the correlation coefficient on it. You can actually see, I mean, this storm has actually even intensified. You can see a debris ball has developed now, guys. This is a developing huge tornado. This is a strengthening tornado. This is a fairly large tornado that's on the ground right now, heading towards the city of Salado, with this debris ball popping up on radar as we speak. Whoa. Here's the new frame, guys. Look at this. This is a very dangerous tornado that's unfolding right now south of Killeen in the Cedar Valley area. This continues to intensify as we speak, heading towards Salado. So if you got friends, family, do whatever you have to do. Let them know there's a dangerous tornado heading their way in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Here's the path, and it might be just west of there. So let me give you some cities here. So there's Belton. So it's trajectory northeast. So here's an example, maybe 617. So that's another 20 so minutes away. But this is all lifting northeast. This is the trajectory of the storm. There's a Stillhouse Hollow Lake. Can't really see much here. This is I-35. There's south of Youngsport here, and there's the city of Salado. So it's in between Belton and Salado, around there's Interstate 14 and there's Highway 35, Interstate 35, and this is in between there, heading northeast. There's Union Grove, so it's going to be between Union Grove and Salado. And if we zoom in, I can read some of these streets, but all right, so we're watching this developing tornado that is on the ground. Okay, so it's still there. It's not as big as it was. The refreshment on the velocity view has seen the tornado trying to come down a little bit. So it looks like it's peaked and trying to cycle down now. So that's a good thing. So it's been on the ground for at least 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, so this tornado has been on the ground for about 5 or 10 minutes now. But the refreshment on the last scan is not as significant as it was. I mean, it's still there. There's still probably a tornado on the ground, but not as big as it was. And this is all heading towards the Belton area as well as the Temple, Texas area. So this is going to be impacting, they're going to be crossing I-35 in the next maybe 25 minutes or so down south of into Waco here. So this is a big tornado that continues to remain on the ground, showing significant circulation. It's mixing. The yellows are subsided a little bit, but still showing a fairly significant tornado that is on the ground at the moment, just south of Youngsport, coming out of Cedar Valley here and heading towards the Belton area in about 20 minutes. Yeah, National Weather Service 52 seconds ago, potentially violent tornado west of Salado is ongoing now. This is a life-threatening situation. Get in your bathtub in their interior room with no windows, put pillows or mattresses over yourself, bicycle helmets on. This is officially from the National Weather Service. Oh, wow. It looks like it intensified, guys. Look at that last scan. It's a violent tornado on the ground right now. Look at that last scan. It really intensified. This is confirmed from the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth as a potentially violent. I mean, they're using the word violent tornado, and you can see the scan here. This is massive. There's a huge circulation over coming out of Cedar Valley. This is a very damaging, life-threatening tornado. You need to take shelter immediately in these areas. If you're anywhere near the Salado area, the Belton area, heading towards possibly Temple area, even in towards the Troy, eventually towards the Troy area, Pendleton. This is a confirmed violent tornado on the ground right now. Looking at the latest scans, have really intensified here. So it's pulsating up and down, but at times it's showing a fairly wide violent tornado as this continues to move off to the northeast. Yes, so this area is under tornado watch. We were expecting a few tornadoes. This is actually the third one of the evening, and this is definitely by far the most significant one of the evening, and especially with the National Weather Service already calling this a violent tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, so you can see it's pretty much almost approaching. There is a Salado. It's basically just off to your southwest there, near the city of Salado. If we kind of zoom in, it's heading near Union Grove. It's heading to Farm to Market Road 2484 here. That's at about 6:13. So in the next 10 to 15 minutes, this large circulation continues on the ground as we speak. And then they just extended, looks like they made extended the tornado warning. This is a PDS. Yes. So this is at 5:54, a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado that was located near Salado, moving east at 30 miles an hour. The tornado will cross Interstate 35 near Salado and is headed towards Salado. Seek shelter immediately. So a PDS, that is a particularly dangerous situation. This is life-threatening. Flying debris may be deadly. Those caught outside. Mobile homes will be completely destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is also possible with this significant tornado that is a PDS warned tornado. Typically, that implies it's an EF2 or greater, larger tornado. And that is an indication of potentially some, 115 winds or higher, and maybe in the 130, 140 range. It's hard to say at the moment, but this is a significant tornado that is on the ground right now near the city of Salado. And Sunny is at my feet. Hey, Len, this is Radar Omega. Yeah, so we're going to continue staying on this storm because this is a violent tornado. I'm looking at elsewhere. There are several severe thunderstorm watch warnings. No other tornado warnings happening right now. Basically, nothing's really changed. They still have the same severe thunderstorm warnings that were in place about 5-10 minutes ago. So we're going to stay on this storm a little bit longer as it continues to show an extremely large, dangerous tornado happening right now near the city of Salado that looks to be on the ground for at least 10 minutes or so, possibly 15 minutes. And now the National Weather Service is calling this a violent PDS tornado watch as we speak, as they just issued it, and it goes on for another 16 minutes ago. And it does include the cities of Belton here, includes the cities of Summer Mill, Little River Academy, Midway, into the Woodland area, Westcliff, Nolanville, as well as Union Grove. All these cities are under the official tornado PDS tornado warning as we speak. All right, so let's zoom out and let's go back a little bit further north. Okay, so if we go back a little bit closer, head north to the Metroplex, we can see this activity has reached the I-35 corridor is right at 6 o'clock. So this is right at 6 o'clock. These storms are moving fairly quickly. So this has crossed over Interstate 35 now. The activity is in towards the Burleson area, and then it's over the city of Fort Worth as we speak, heading towards Arlington. Has some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is another severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm was located at 5:55 over the city of Hazlet or near Alvarado, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So locations in its path could include Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Irving, Grand Prairie, Carrollton, Mansfield, Euless, DeSoto, Bedford, Grapevine, Cedar Hill, Hamilton City, Haltom City, Keller, Capel, Duncanville, Hurst, Burleson, Cleburne, as well as Farmers Branch. This storm that has been producing some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail. And if we put the trajectory on these, this storm is trying to move out of Burleson, heading towards the Arlington area, heading towards Irving, and eventually trying to head towards Carrollton here. And if we go even further, we do have one little supercell down here back towards Hazlet. This is also moving off to the northeast. This is severe thunderstorm as well, has some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And if we continue this one, this would include getting into portions of Corinth, heading into portions potentially, say, Oak Point. And then this could eventually head towards possibly West McKinney, Aubrey, into Pilot Point, back into Salina. And there is another isolated cell. Hey, Bruce. Oh, buy Sonny a treat. Let me show you Sonny. Hey, look at that, Sonny. Look what Bruce gave you. You got treats, buddy. You got some more good treats. Sonny appreciates it. Yay. So everybody wants to see Sonny. There's Sonny. Okay. All right. Yeah, she was at my feet. So, hey, pay me attention. I want some attention. All right. So yeah, and so like I said, you can't rule out one or two storms, north of that tornado watch, and it looks like we are going to get possibly some storms trying to lift a little bit further northeast, north of the tornado watch. But yes, most of the activity does appear going to be south of there. So, hey, that tornado couplet has slightly weakened down in Texas. Yeah, she's a Hey, Jenny. Yeah, she's all fur, and she's shedding a lot more than I expected. I think it's just the baby, kind of the puppy. Hey, saw a few folks on Twitter who were getting 190-mile gate-to-gate shear in that storm in Salado a few minutes ago. Wow. So yes, that is a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. So it's hard to say what that translates down to the surface. But looking at radar, that looked a lot similar to the one that happened in Blue Ridge, not Blue Ridge, but that a couple weeks ago that produced 150, 160-mile-per-hour winds. It's hard to guess in these tornadoes. I mean, I never want to do that because I let the National Weather Service do their official due diligence. But that was a strong tornado. It's probably more likely it's an EF2 or potentially a little bit higher amount. But that was definitely a strong tornado for sure. Okay, so yes, looks like it's trying to shear off. So it's trying to. It's still there. The tornado is still there, but it's not as significant as it appeared earlier. Hey, the Denton and the Crum area. So we'll head towards Denton. So we got this cell towards Springtown. So if this cell continues on its trajectory, there's a probability it might reach Denton. I mean, it's a probability. This is not severe. It's probably less likely you'll see in severe weather. You're probably going to see some rain, but it's probably less likely it'll be severe at the moment by the time it gets to you. All right, so this boundary here, this new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Tarrant and Johnson, as well as the northwestern Ellis and western Dallas counties, has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with it, with these storms as these continue to race off to the east northeast. Hey, most of the time those measurements are at least a few hundred feet above the ground. Yeah, so if it's at 190, you got to fake it. You say at least, 140 is probably probable. But yeah, storms have tried to back build a little bit. We do have this little one loner down here by New Bronzeville that has turned severe as well. So they are trying to back build along this boundary here, but they're having a little bit more difficult time. So they still have the tornado warning continuing. They just extended it. So they just extended it for another 10 minutes. This tornado warning, this damaging tornado. The National Weather Service just sent it out. It does appear it's still on the ground near Salado, over the city of Salado right now. Not as big as it was, but it appears that it's still on the ground near the city of Salado. All right, looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. They just issued it for Denton County and north central Texas at 6:05. There was a severe thunderstorm that was located near Hazlet, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So this brand new severe thunderstorm warning does include the cities of Frisco, Denton, Louisville, Flower Mound, the Colony, South Lake, Corinth, into Highland Village, Trophy Club, Lake Dallas, Sanger, into Lake Louisville, Little Elm, Roanoke, Crum, Pilot Point, Argyle, Hickory Creek, Justin, Sunny. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County that goes on until 7 o'clock. Yes, and that was this storm that was coming out of Keller. So this is the new severe thunderstorm warning at 6:05 that was near Hazlet, moving about 65 miles an hour. Had some quarter-size hail and some 60 mile per hour winds to it. This is the area that's lifting off to the northeast, and you can see the trajectory of the path. So yes, this is the same area that we highlighted that's going to continue through Roanoke, potentially heading towards the Hickory Creek area, the Corinth area, into Oak Point. And it does appear, it looks like it may pass through possibly Prosper into West McKinney and then eventually headed off into portions of Salina here. Or maybe not as far as McKinney here, but yes, this is all moving up to the northeast, and does include Denton County from this cell that's coming out of Hazlitt. And yes, this would be north of the tornado watch. So, like I mentioned, it doesn't say, hey, just because the watch stops at it doesn't include Collin County or Denton County, that you can't get a severe thunderstorm. It's just that you're less likely to see one. But yes, you are now getting a severe thunderstorm warning into Denton County that goes on until 7 o'clock. It appears that we had some larger hail here. There was a 2-inch hailstone that fell just north of Lake Worth, north of Lake, just north of Lake Worth there. It looks like there was some a 2-inch hailstone that fell. Hey, let me zoom out, because it looks like there's a new tornado warning. We're starting to get some activity up towards Iowa. That's the second area of interest tonight. So we have a brand new tornado warning. Now we just moved to Iowa. Yeah, that's some pretty significant rotation within the storm. So this is for southwestern Hoblit counties. This is an eastern. This is eastern Iowa here. This is another radar indicated tornado that was confirmed by another radar indicated tornadoes near into southwestern Hoblit counties and Iowa here. This radar indicated tornado that definitely has a lot of circulation to it. This is north of Manson and south of the Gilmore City area. And if we zoom out, that's basically north of Fort Dodge. That's east of Sioux City. This is in Iowa, this new tornado warning that just popped up. So I would say this activity is starting a little bit earlier than what the models confirmed. But yeah, this is a whole nother area that's going to be really tornadic tonight. Has a lot of rotating systems. You're going to have a lot of large hail within these sectors, some golf ball size hail, some 2-inch hail within this corridor. And it's got some pretty significant rotation within this sector just north of the Mason area. All right, so if we zoom back down south to Texas again, we still see that circulation over Salado pretty highlighted. So it's still showing that confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now. And it looks like it's changed courses. I mean, it looks like it's shifted. This is taking a right-hand turn. This is taking a pretty significant right-hand turn. Yeah, if we zoom out, it's actually now heading towards Summer Mill. It's heading towards the Little River Academy area. This was moving northeast towards Belton, but it's taking a right-hand turn, and now it's heading towards Somerville, heading towards Little River, and then eventually off into FM 437 here. And it's about to cross over 190. But yes, this storm was moving northeast to Belton, and it's taken a significant right-hand turn and heading due east now. All right, so we have at 6:13 there was another severe thunderstorm that was located along the line extending from Midlothian or near Blooming Grove area, moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So the winds are about 65 miles per hour with this system and some quarter-size hail. This is for northeastern Johnson County, northwestern Navarro County. So this does include the cities of Lancaster, Waxahachie, Corsicana, Ennis, Midlothian, Glen Heights, the Red Oak area, into Alvarado, into Avila, as well as Venus, Ferris, Palmer, into Italy, into the Oakleaf area, as well as Maypearl, and to Bardwell. So those areas could see some 65 mile per hour wind gusts and some quarter size hail with this activity into northeastern Johnson and Ellis, and as well as northwestern Navarro counties. Hey, Jackie. Any warnings in Allen? No, currently there's no warnings in Allen, so we just might see some maybe some light rain showers out ahead of it. But yeah, there's no warnings. It really hasn't made it to you yet. You can see the trajectory of these storms. This activity is in Arlington and to Fort Worth and to Keller. And you can see these little blue dots. This is the trajectory of these storms as these continue to lift off. Some of these lifting off into the northeast. All right, so this activity continues to push further into the Metroplex. It's crossing over I-35 right now along this boundary. It's got significant winds with it of some 65 mile per hour winds and some quarter size hail with it as this continues to push. Some are pushing east, some are pushing northeast. So further south, we have yet that other severe thunderstorms near Waxahachie, near the Ennis area, near the Corsicana area. These are all heading towards the Gun Barrel City area, into Kaufman, towards the Terrell area. This will eventually make it into downtown Dallas. These storms will eventually make it into Garland, and then heading towards the Plano area. And this activity towards Fort Worth, if it continues on its path, will also head towards the Carrollton area and eventually maybe towards the Colony and Frisco area. So this continues to get closer within the Metroplex as we speak. Hey, they barely started reporting on that tornado in the Metroplex and TV stations. Yeah, it's been going on for 20 minutes and it's gone now. It's well, it's 6:19, so it. Okay, so it looks like at 5:40 there was a confirmed tornado off that one in Salado at 5:40. And then it went to a PDS warned tornado at 5:52. And that was 27 minutes ago, and it just lifted. So it appears that it was potentially on the ground for maybe 35 minutes or 40 minutes or so, according to some of the tweets from the National Weather Service. And it went more violent at around 5:52 p.m. All right, so that tornado warning was able to subside a little bit. So there's currently no tornado warnings within central and north Texas at the moment. All right, so we're just watching this activity continue to push off to the east northeast. So pretty heavy rain along the I-45 corridor here into Rice, into Ennis, towards the Ferris, Texas area, towards Waxahachie. This is all pushing off, continues to push off into even the portions of Coppin now, into Mesquite, into portions of Fort Worth, heading off to into portions of Frisco here. All right, so let me put the movement on these storms. So if we expand the view, you can definitely see these continue to amplify and push across the I-35 corridor here. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings happening at the moment as this continues to push off to the east, northeast, across central and into north Texas here. Hey, weather to go. The beginnings of the squall line has developed in Nebraska right now. All right, looks like we've got another confirmed tornado. This is in Iowa now. This is a confirmed tornado into Gilmore City, Iowa, Livermore, Iowa, and to Bode, Iowa until 7:15. So locations in its path that needs to take cover with this dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now is into Gilmore City, into Rutland, into Bradgate, into Bode, as well as St. Joseph and to Livermore. This dangerous tornado that is on the ground near in Iowa. So let's zoom into that area real quick of this tornado here that is confirmed that is to be on the ground right now at 7:15. So at 6:23, there was a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles east of the Pocahontas, or moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Yes, this is another particularly dangerous situation. So another confirmed by weather spotters of another possibly EF2 tornado or greater within north central Iowa here. So all these areas do need to be in your safe zone of this very dangerous tornado. This does include mainly rural areas, but within northwestern Humboldt counties, including the following locations of Bode, Bradgate, Livermore, Rutland, as well as Gilmore City, as well as into the Joseph area, into Iowa here with this dangerous tornado. The main cities are Gilmore City, Livermore City, as well as Bode, of this developing large circulation. Wow. That's another significant tornado that is on the ground right now near Gilmore City here, all lifting off across the Northeast. Yeah, that tornado in Iowa popped up very quickly, which is what these storms will do this evening. Yeah, it literally just came out of nowhere. I mean, I know I saw a tweet, and then it just popped up, and then gosh, it went PDS quick. Yeah, this is the area that has the moderate risk. This is the area that has the 15% chance of greater probability of seeing a strong EF2 or greater. And this is exactly what's happening right now into Iowa with a very large, dangerous tornado that's unfolding as we speak. So this goes on until 7:15. So if you live in the cities of Gilmore City, Iowa, Livermore, and Bode, you need to be in your safe zone immediately of this dangerous, life-threatening PDS warned tornado that is on the ground right now with an extremely large circulation with it. I see the winds are trying to pick up outside too. All right, yeah. So things are getting active. There's more severe weather in South Dakota now. Things are starting to really amplify and pop up. Oh wow! Look at the winds down by Ennis. Look at that bow. That's some pretty significant winds really starting to come out of Ennis here. This bowing out here. These strong straight line winds are continuing to push off towards the Coppin area. Yeah, you can see it really starting to bow out here. Let me draw it so you can actually see it better. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, whenever you see something like that, that is always an indication of some very heavy winds that are really intensifying and moving out, pushing the storm, protruding it further out, and really intensifying these winds as it pushing off to the northeast. All right, so along this leading edge, so I am picking up on some rotation. It's really subtle, very light circulation, but there are this whole area is definitely spinning like a top. So yeah, it's definitely not out of the question. We could get a quick spin up in some of these areas. It looks like they let the severe thunderstorm warning expire. Yeah, where it's bowing out there, it's definitely picking up on some circulation within this area. So at 6:27, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located over Palmer to Rice, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So has some 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-size hail coming out of Kaufman County there. But it appears to be this area basically, I guess, right here. I mean, this is the area. Let me see if I can put the velocity on it. Maybe just out ahead of it. Yeah, I mean it's picking up rotation. It's probably seeing that really just that bowing out, the really heavy winds. But this area back behind it and Ennis here appears to be circulating here. Right along 34, heading into Rosner. And this activity is heading towards the Kaufman area. Yeah, so it looks like right now this is the only warned area in this area, but it has some pretty significant winds that have really bowed out, and trying to see some circulation on the backside. Mm. Um, all right, so let me zoom out. Put that watch back on. All right, so it looks like yes, they did extend. It looks like they extended the tornado watch for 5 counties. So they went ahead and extended the tornado watch until 11 o'clock. That does now include Denton, into Collin, into Rains County, Hopkins County, as well as Hunt and Sulphur Springs now. So the National Weather Service did expand the tornado watch a little bit further north, and that does include now the cities of Denton, McKinney, Greenville, and to Sulphur Springs, which is basically Hopkins and Hunt County, into Rains County, as well as Collin and Denton County. So that they just went ahead and added those counties that was already had the tornado watch with it. Okay, so it's more complete now. It's basically the Metroplex. So yes, as these storms were appearing to look like they were going a little bit further northeast, so they did in fact go ahead and extend the tornado watch a little bit further off to the north. Yeah, but this area just has what they call a mesoscale discussion, which is a special weather statement, which is basically one step lower than a tornado. I mean, a severe thunderstorm warning. So this area down here has some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-size hail. within this cone-shaped area. That's all heading off towards Irving, Carrollton, Garland, into Saxe, as well as into Plano area here. All right, so let's remove the tornado watch. So I think the colors are just better. It's getting too distorted. All right, so we're watching this activity a little bit further south into Temple, where it's produced a ton of hail. I mean, you see all this hail, right? I mean, it's all the areas in purple. This is all the big hailstones that have fallen, multiple 2-inch amounts down here south of Killeen. This is where they had that confirmed tornado earlier. Numerous golf ball size hail and some 2-inch amounts down here south of Temple. And then this severe thunderstorm warning continues with some ping pong size hail at 6:24. There was that severe thunderstorm that was located near Killeen, or moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. There was another severe thunderstorm that was located near Belton, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour as well. So locations in the path of this storm, that was the storm that had that large tornado on the ground for an extended period of time for Killeen, for Temple, and to Harker's Heights, Belton, Fort Hood, and to Salado, Little River Academy, into Rogers and Holen here. This goes on until another 54 minutes. This larger hail, ping pong size hail associated with this activity as this continues to push off to the northeast. Yeah, it looks like we're getting some pretty significant hail as well as into South Dakota. There's some tennis ball size hail in South Dakota right now. So yeah, these things, I mean, there's 77 watches right now, guys. I can't get to all of them, but yeah, there's 77 potential watches and rainfall warnings. Yeah, it looks like a lot of this activity down further north is almost kind of falling apart, really. I mean, I know they extended the tornado watch, but not nearly as intense as it was. This is less than a severe storm, but this activity is trying to push off to the northeast, heading towards the Allen area. We had somebody ask about Allen. So it looks like it could be potentially in Allen in about 40 minutes or so from this activity down here by Carrollton. Not severe at the moment, but they went ahead and did extend the tornado watch that does include the Allen area. Yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning into the live feed tonight and for storm coverage. So we're talking about Texas. We're highlighting Iowa and 2 portions of South Dakota tonight. But it's a huge area. I know I'm going to have my hands work cut out for me with such a. I mean, there's basically severe weather from Texas to Minnesota. And then this just extends for the next 2 days. So, I mean, I could be live for 48 hours straight and still be talking about severe weather. All right, looks like we have a confirmed tornado that's on the ground in South Dakota. So let's go to that now. This is another confirmed tornado. We moved to South Dakota. This is the area that had the the tennis ball size hail with it. So this is in South Dakota, put out by the Sioux Falls uh, in South Dakota at 6:36. There was a confirmed tornado near the Clayton area, or 20 miles west of Parker, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So another damaging tornado with flying debris, areas in the path that need to take shelter. This is an observed tornado that's on the ground right now into Freeman and to Marion. So Freeman around 6:45 p.m. Into Marion about 6:55 Central Daylight Time of this confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, and you can see it there on top of the very large hail. We have a very large circulation that's on the ground right now, just kind of on the southern flank here. You can almost see the hook on the south side that's trying to develop, indicating that tornado right by Freeman. That is the damaging tornado on the ground right now into South Dakota. This is all heading towards the Sioux Falls area. This is that same area that is under the moderate risk for severe weather. So you can definitely see this area is just exploding right now with a lot of activity unfolding, with more damaging hail, more golf ball to larger hailstones, and we've had several confirmed tornadoes now, even one a PDS in Iowa, and now we have another confirmed tornado back here. Look at that 3-inch hailstone, guys. There's 3 inches. That's the biggest of the evening that I've seen in South Dakota here. But it's on that southern flank. You can see it. I mean, we got all this, the hail cores to the north. And then on the south side, that's where the area is rotating with that little hook on the south side. There's the tornado right there as this is lifting off to the northeast. And there's the other tornado that's on the ground right now into the Gilmore City area, into Bode, as well as Livermore. This is another confirmed tornado. This is Iowa now at 6:35. There was that PDS tornado that was on the ground for them, an extremely large confirmed tornado that was on the ground near 7 miles west of Dakota City, or moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Another life-threatening situation into the Gilmore City area, into the Livermore area, into Bode, Iowa. Storm spotters have confirmed this extremely large, life-threatening PDS tornado, which is typically an EF2 type tornado or greater within Iowa, that's on the ground right now. All right, so yeah, we're seeing numerous warnings pop up in Wisconsin and to South Dakota and to Nebraska here. So things are starting to really get busy here, starting to really get busy. But we still have several severe thunderstorm warnings down here into Central Texas and to North Texas, and then we have this. It's kind of a mesoscale discussion towards the Collin County area. So this area down here towards Coppin was showing some bow echoes to it. It did have some rotation with it earlier, and that was concerning, but it never produced a tornado. But definitely concerning as these winds were bowing out here. But this is all along Interstate 40. It looks like a lot of the rain has passed the I-35 corridor, and it pushing off to 45 here. Yes, they did. They went ahead and extended the tornado watch further north, but there's no severe thunderstorm basically north of I-20. So we talked about most of the severe activity was going to be south of I-20, and that's exactly what's happening. So right now we have that severe thunderstorm at 6:27. There was one that was located over the Palmer area to Rice, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It did have some 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts to it and some quarter-size hail. So locations in the path of that storm are going to be Dallas, Mesquite, Lancaster, the Balk Springs area, into Ennis, into Terrell, into Seagoville, into Forney, as well as the Glen Heights area, Red Oak, Kaufman, Gun Barrel City, Hutchins, Willis Point, Heath, Sunnyvale, Wilmer, and to the Maybach area, as well as Ferris. So all those areas are susceptible until about 7:30 of seeing some of that, 65-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail associated with that activity. Yeah, so here's the movement of these storms. The tornado warnings have subsided. There's no active tornado warnings. We just have several severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak down here into portions of central Texas. Whoa. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of that confirmed tornado in Iowa now as of 23 minutes ago. That was a pretty large rope tornado. It looks to be in a pretty rural area with no homes around it, just northeast of Ida, but like a stovepipe look tornado that was on the ground in portions of Gilmer, Iowa. Yeah, if you want to see pictures of that tornado, go to my Twitter feed. And there's also pics earlier of that other tornado that was northwest of Jural, more of a rope type tornado. So it looks like we have some pictures are starting to come in now. Wow, and I'm finally seeing pictures of that that other massive tornado that was near southeast of Gatesville earlier, about an hour ago, that was on the ground for probably 30 to 45 minutes. That is a massive tornado, guys. That was definitely a massive, extremely large tornado. So if y'all want to go to my Twitter feed, you can see some of those pics. Here's my Twitter handle. So you can go to Twitter and check out some of those pics of the tornadoes that's happening, that had already happened already. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very busy night. Things are just now starting to crank up in the weather department. All right, so we're watching this activity move off this cell down here towards Collin County, back here into Dallas towards Irving. Non-severe, but it's dropping some pretty heavy rain into the Irving area and back towards Grand Prairie. You always have to be concerned about anything that tries to form a hook on the south side. So If we zoom into Arlington and Irving here, this last little frame, you can see this little notch trying to form. Yeah, you can actually see it right here. See the circulation trying to form by I-20? I just watched this little notch form. All right, the tornado warning continues for Gilmore City, Livermore, as well as Bode. That tornado there is still on the ground. That damaging tornado, life-threatening PDS tornado that I tweeted out pictures of in Iowa is still on the ground till 7:15. So all those areas in Gilmore City and Bode and Livermore need to be in their safe zone as this continuing tornado continues to remain on the ground. All right, so we're watching this activity getting a little bit closer into the Metroplex. It's crossing over 35. It's a lot of the activities over Interstate 45 right now, into Mahia, into Corsicana, into Gun Barrel City. It's now crossed over into Kaufman, as well as into Terrell, entering Dallas. And then we have that one cell back towards the Irving area. And then a little bit darker reds trying to develop with some very heavy rain over the Colony into Las Colinas area. That's heading towards Farmers Branch into Carrollton. And it just refreshed here, heading towards the Addison area. You got some heavier rain falling into Plano. And this continues to push off to the northeast towards the Allen area. But you can definitely see the further north you get, it's just that you get a lot less like activity. It looks like we've got another confirmed tornado. This time it's in Nebraska. So we have another confirmed tornado in Nebraska, another observed tornado that's on the ground right now. At 6:50, there was a confirmed tornado, was located southwest of Seward, or 23 miles west of Lincoln, moving northeast about 40 miles an hour. Another damaging tornado with ping pong size hail. Weather spotters have confirmed this damaging tornado that's in Lancaster County in southeastern Nebraska, Seward County, Butler County, as well as Saunders County, all in Nebraska here, of this very damaging tornado. Locations in its path that need to take shelter immediately are B, around 7 o'clock p.m. into Garland, Nebraska, around 7:05 of this tornadic supercell that has turned with a tornado that is confirmed on the ground as we speak. Yeah, you can see it there lifting towards Seward there, heading towards the Garland area. And then it's lifting off towards into Malcolm and eventually into Valsperio. And this is all lifting off across to the northeast. So yes, another confirmed tornado that's on the ground in Nebraska here. But we just go over some of these watches. Some 2.5-inch hail into South Dakota, some very large hail in South Dakota. Oh, hey, Matt. Yes, they went ahead and it did extend the tornado watch into Melissa. Yes, they went ahead and they did extend the watch into the Melissa area just to be on the safe side. I don't know, not to say that you're ever going to really get much from that, but uh, they went ahead and did extend the watch. So right now, this storm near Plano looks like it's heading potentially towards the Melissa area. This is moving actually due north. It's funny how some of these storms have really changed trajectory as this continues to move further into the Metroplex. But this storm, that's not severe. It has some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-sized hail that's coming out of Plano. It looks to head just north into Allen and goes through Fairview. We'll head through the McKinney area, say around, it looks like it's going to be in downtown McKinney around 7:29. So maybe another 25 minutes or so. And this will eventually head towards the Melissa area around 7:40. But right now it's just a strong thunderstorm. It's not severe. So how's Dallas looking? All right, so Dallas right now, we just have some spotty showers, some moderate showers along Interstate 45, crossing over Interstate 30. Nothing severe. We just have this mesoscale discussion that's going to be expiring in 3 minutes. I have some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-sized hail. Oh, Holly, you're so nice. You sent me Jersey Mike's. Oh, my neighbors are taking care of me. Yeah, my neighbor's watching me live stream and she sent me food. I have the best pal followers. Y'all are awesome. Thanks so much, Holly. You were awesome. Really? Did that just say that? Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to get confirmation. Wow. Listen up, guys. Okay. So at 6 o'clock, and that Salado storm by Bell County, public reports reported 5.5-inch hailstone, 5.5 inches hailstone, confirmation of that storm in Salado in Bell County earlier. That is very significant. That's actually larger than the Wiley hailstone that fell a 5.25. So I've got confirmed reports of a 5.5-inch hailstone earlier in Bell County in Salado. That was the one that had that extremely large damaging tornado on the ground for like 30 or 40 minutes. But now we're getting reports also at that time there was a 5.5-inch hailstone that was fell. That is unbelievable. That is like basically not quite Texas record, but that puts it in the top 5% all time in Texas for significant hail. And in fact, I just tweeted out, it was yesterday was the 6-year anniversary of the Wiley event of 5.25, which damaged like 80% of the homes there. And now we're getting confirmed reports of earlier and down in Salado there that had a 5.5-inch hailstone. That is crazy. Wow. That was one heck of a storm. Yeah, cantaloupe size. I can't even believe what I'm reading. So that's why I was like, I had to confirm that. This little bot, but yeah, this is all tweeted out from the National Weather Service in Salado at 5.5 inches. That is significant. Yeah, and I'm Bell County, Salado, and then there's 4 inches. So that was at 601, 4-inch hailstone. Let me go back. So let me go. This is the Salado area that had some confirmed reports of some 4 and 5.5-inch hailstones earlier. Is still getting some fairly large hail even right now of some 2-inch hailstones. But yes, that's incredible. I can't even believe what I just read. I mean, that would go through your house. I mean, that's basically goes through your house, through your roof. Yeah, grapefruit size. Well, basically, grapefruit size is like 4, Billy, like 4.5, 4.75. I mean, that would be 5.5 inches. That's like, I mean, what that would equate to. Cantaloupe, I would say closer to cantaloupe. All right, so let's get back. All right, so this storm. All right, so it looks like we got some rain. I'm looking out my window. It looks like it's starting to rain out there. We got the storm over Carrollton. You're probably going to be picking up some heavier winds if you live just on the east, just to the west of Highway 75 here. These bowing out segments, you're probably going to be picking up some very heavy, higher wind gusts along this boundary here as this activity continues to lift off to the northeast. And for whatever reason, this cell is moving just due north, complete opposite of everything else. Oh, okay. I'm starting to see some damage reports come out of Salado now. So I'm gonna retweet some of these damage reports of some pretty significant damage now coming out of Salado of that tornado earlier. It looks like there's going to be another tornado watch that's going to be extended. It's looking likely that the National Weather Service is looking to highlight this area. Maybe a potential new tornado tornado watch is going to be extended in this area, because this continues going to be pushing off into the east northeast here. So this area that's highlighted in blue, that looks to appear to be the next tornado watch, is going to be issued shortly from the National Weather Service into portions of northeast Texas and southern Arkansas here. Hey, how's Farmersville looking? All right, so let's zoom into Farmersville. I mean, again, a lot of this activity is pretty much past. I mean, a lot of this activity is past Fort Worth. It's past Arlington. It's past the Irving area. It's past Carrollton. All right, so Farmersville is a little bit further off to the east. So let's head back into Farmersville. So right now, Farmersville is looks like they've got some stronger thunderstorms, but not severe, but some definitely heavier rain. Yeah, some heavier rain over over County Road 78 here, along Highway 380. So we do have some heavier rains over that area that's continue to lift off into the northeast. This isn't severe. These are just strong thunderstorms. There's actually a lot of this severe threat has subsided. I say that, but then this one just popped up. All right, so this is a fairly new severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm was located over a line that's extending from Terrell to Maybank, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This storm has had a history of producing damaging wind gusts of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So these locations in its path with those 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be Terrell, Forney, Kaufman, Gun Barrel City, Willis Point, Maybank, Toole, Seven Points, Kemp, Enchanted Oaks, as well as the Oak Grove area, and to Oak Ridge and Lawrence. So those areas could be, under the gun to seeing some of those higher wind gusts of some 60-mile-per-hour winds in those areas. Hey, Violetta. You're asking about Melissa. So yes, we have that one storm that's not severe, but it looks, if it continues on the path, it might make it to Melissa. But again, it looks like a lot of the severe threat is, fairly over. I mean, there's not much forming on the backside. The main systems have all stayed, which was forecasted mainly south of Interstate 30. Most of the severe storm has been south of Interstate 30. That's where we've seen most of the severe activity and confirmed tornadoes earlier. Oh, looks like we got a flood warning down here. So there's a brand new flash flood warning into Bell County. So at 6:45, there's Doppler radar has already estimated 1 to 3 inches of rain that has fallen into the Clean area and the Nolanville into Temple. So 1 to 3 inches has already fallen. So that's why they has issued a flash flood warning for Bell County until 9:45, so another 3 hours. So flooding of small creeks and streams in the urban areas, as well as some highways, streets, and underpasses are with all the maybe potentially poor drainage and low-lying areas are susceptible of that flash flooding. So areas included in the flash flooding are your Killeen, your Temple, your Corpus Cove, Harker Heights, Belton, Fort Hood, into Morgan's Point Resort, and to Salado, as well as the Little River Academy. Salato's been hit. I mean, you got damaging, large, very violent tornado. You got 5.5 inch hailstone, and now you got a flash flood warning. I mean, it basically don't get any worse than that, right? I mean, Salato has been taking a beating tonight down there in Central Texas. Yeah, you can see why they put the flash flood warning out. I mean, these storms really haven't gone anywhere. We've been talking about this area really since about the 540 timeframe. That's when we first highlighted that tornado, that rope tornado that was on the ground into Salado about 552. That's when it would turn a very violent PDS tornado into the Salado area. And it looked like it was on the ground for about 27 minutes there of that PDS type tornado. And then now we're getting reports that also at that same time we had some 4.5, some 4 inch, and some 5.5 inch hail reports in the Salado area, and now we're getting the flash flood warnings, right? So I mean, they've just been inundated with some very heavy rain and extreme weather tonight. Hey, thanks, Snowies. You're awesome. You're always helping. Trying to get my yeah, so I'm looking at some pictures from earlier into that Gilmore City tornado. A lot of damage coming out of that area. Looks like there was another severe thunderstorm watch that was issued for portions of Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska until about 1 o'clock in the morning. So it looks like we still have that tornado on the ground in Iowa here. So I've tweeted out numerous pictures of this tornado, but all the areas in purples have dropped some extremely large hail. But that's this confirmed tornado that's continues to be on the ground there with that PDS tornado that was first issued around 648. Looks to be continuing to be on the ground with that life-threatening situation continuing to unfold here. Yeah, and it's still pretty evident. I mean, they're probably going to be extending this tornado warning here. We still got the large circulation in Iowa with this PDS tornado continuing. Yeah, 53,000, 52,000. Yeah, so you got 57,000. Yeah, it looks like yeah, that tornado went by in Iowa. Those cloud tops are in the 53,000 range. We saw that last night near Atoka of that in Arkansas last night when they dropped that really significant baseball to grapefruit size hail, and we're seeing it again. These cloud tops are over 50,000 feet. Yeah, you can get a lot of rotation. You got a lot of room to work with those cloud tops that high in the atmosphere, and you can get some really significant hail with cloud tops of 50,000 feet. Hey, Dave. Yes, they did extend the tornado watch earlier for five more counties there in North Texas. Yeah, let me put that on for everybody to see. Yeah, so this was the extension earlier that did include those five counties of Rains, Hunt, Hopkins, Collin, and Denton. And then the new area that they're discussing is this area out here towards northeast Texas and to southern and southeast Arkansas. As these severe storms continue to push off to the east here. All right, so it looks like if we refresh, yeah, I thought that wasn't accurate. That one storm that was saying it was going to move due north has changed directions. That's not going to happen. So if you're looking at this, most of the activity, if not all the activity, is past Highway 75. So if you live east of Highway 75, most, if not all, the severe threat is done for the evening, and it's 7:17. Yeah, it looks like we might have some trailers back behind it, but the main instability and the main impacts have already quickly pushed off. Look how fast this has moved. It's already past Highway 45 here, Interstate 45. So the activity has moved into East Texas. So they just extended these severe thunderstorm warning at 7:14. There was a severe thunderstorm extending from Kearns or to near Fairfield Lake State Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. That had some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with this particular system that goes on until 8:30. This is for Henderson County and northwestern Anderson County and to central Texas here. But yeah, so now this activity. Why am I yelling? I don't think I was yelling. Oh, oh, that other person. That's like a bot or something. Hey, at 7:10, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located over a line from Hawk Cove or Purchase Creek. This is for southeastern Hunt County, Van Zant, southeastern Hopkins, as well as Rains County. So another new severe thunderstorm warning as most of the activity is now shifted off into East Texas here, moving about 55 miles an hour. So it's actually picked up speed. So these storms were moving about 25 miles an hour out in West Texas. Now they're moving about 55 miles an hour. So that's why they're already quickly moved across the metroplex as this continues to shift. So yes, if you're watching me from North Texas, you're pretty much done for the evening if you live just west of Highway 75, west of the I-35 corridor. I'd say most of the activity is even pushed west of Interstate 45 if you live, say, north of Waco here. But this activity south of Waco has slowed down. I mean, it's not nearly as fast as the instability further to the north, and that's why they've added that flash flood warning down here south of Waco into Temple and Killeen. Yeah, so I know they extended that tornado watch, but I mean, it's 7 o'clock and it's pretty much done. I mean, everybody's pretty much done. Yeah, let me go back. Let me look at the models. So let's look at the high resolution models and look at the activity here. All right, so let me all right, so let's run this through. Let it load. All right, so here's 9 o'clock. All right, so there's 9 o'clock at 9 o'clock time frame. This is just the latest run from the high resolution guidance. So let's now that it's past pretty much past 75, let's see what's going to happen throughout the evening. So it looks like there's about 9 o'clock time frame. This activity could be over Palestine, over Jacksonville, over the Tyler area into Longview, back towards Sulphur Springs, and still extended into portions of Marlin here. And as we continue into the evening, it looks like this transitions into more of a nasty squall line, more of a damaging wind threat with this bowing out segments here into Shreveport, heading into Monroe here. No activity back behind it. This is about 2 o'clock in the morning, so around 2 o'clock in the morning. It looks like we might have some more isolated activity trying to push back into portions of the Metroplex. Probably not severe, but push back into portions of North Texas and push into southern Oklahoma here. But yes, this activity, once it does get into Oklahoma, this activity is more than likely will be on the severe side as we get into that 4 o'clock in the morning time frame, and northeastern Oklahoma and into McAllister, as well as south of Stingler here. And that will head into Fort Smith, Arkansas, um, with some more severe weather as you wake up tomorrow morning about 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock time frame. And then latest indications, it's so this particular model run is actually taken out that squall line. Earlier they had it, but now they don't even have the squall line anymore. So that's just kind of an indication of the model run. So let's expand. Let's expand out for the evening and look at the big picture for the rest of the U.S. So there's about 11 o'clock time frame. We could be looking at some strong supercells coming out of Iowa, still down towards Minnesota through Des Moines. That'll be fishtailing down towards into Topeka. And if we extend, it looks like we've got activity will extend into portions of Jackson into the overnight hours out towards Memphis, Tennessee, as this continues to have this massive squall line just expand further down to the south. And then as we get towards the 4 o'clock in the morning time frame, that's when it looks like it tries to converge into the Kansas City area, into the Wichita area, the Bartsville area, maybe towards the south of Fort Smith with all that activity. And then it looks to really start to amplify as we get into the morning hours, where they're really starting to close in on into the Fort Smith area. Severe storms into Tulsa, Oklahoma, possibly reaching into Oklahoma City, as the severest threat transitions into that day 2 risk. As this continues to push off to the east, then it will start to impact portions of Illinois. It'll start getting into Indianapolis. That's where they have that severe threat into tomorrow timeframe. So this is going to be another very, very active day. So we basically have the next 48 hours is going to be widespread severe storms. And it only goes out 18 hours. Yeah, so this particular model, it'll update every single hour, so that just kind of gives you an indication on what we're kind of looking at over the next 18 hours or so, with an extremely busy night with severe weather. Oh, is that the Jersey Mikes? Yeah, here's another hailstone that popped up, 3.2 inches. That is maybe some baseball size hail down here just north of Salado there, that's been really hit hard tonight. Oh, the food is there. Yes. Hey, Jenny. Holly's so awesome. Oh, so okay. So we have another tornado warning that just popped up that's coming out of that activity at a temple. So this is a brand new tornado warning that just popped up at 7:21. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 7 miles north of Rogers or 10 miles east of Temple, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is for East Central Bell County in southwestern Falls County in central Texas. So this is a radar confirmed tornado that has some golf ball size hail that's showing rotation. Another dangerous storm that could be located near the Rosebud or Lot area by 7:55 time frame. Oh yeah, and the southern flank here, you see this? Yeah, there's your circulation right there as it heads to the northeast. So this is another tornado warning happening right now as we speak. So this is for the Rosebud, Lot, and Sego, Texas area. That all includes into Seton. So this is a brand new tornado warning with some golf ball size hail that goes through about 8 o'clock time frame. This circulation here on the south side of this another potential tornado just south of Waco there, heading off to the northeast. Um, so I'm looking over the storm report so far. Yeah, right now they just have that one tornado that highlighted over Texas in Bell, Texas. But we all know we've had several tornadoes in Texas. There's been 5 other ones reported in Iowa so far, and we've had a whole slew of hail reports. Yeah, there's it's actually in the storm reports. The 5.5 inch hailstone and Salado here. Yeah, if anybody wants to look at the storm reports, you can just Google 24-hour storm reports, Storm Prediction Center. It'll pop up the map, and this is where all the activity is reported. The straight line winds here are crazy a few minutes ago in Temple. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, this whole activity has just been really wound up all night long. This cell back here is really trailed behind the main system and is really slowed down. I mean, look at that map, guys. Look at all that hail that's fallen in this area. This is your massive hail swath here. A ton of golf ball size hail or larger there. That seemed to be the favorite area for all the big hail tonight. Get my coffee. I don't even know if it rained at my house. Well, I guess it officially did. I got 0.02. So I got 0.02 inches. I guess that's better than nothing. A nothing burger. Let me close the door. Well, considering all the damaging tornadoes I've seen and all the very large hail, I'll take the nothing burger. Because the people that got the rain got a lot of heavy, big hail and some tornadic activity. All right, so this activity continues to push off. I mean, it's really died down. I mean, it's continued to really push. It's 55 mile per hour now. So, I mean, this activity continues to push further off into East Texas. They're going to be extending this watch here shortly from the National Weather Service. I don't know if they quite issued it as of yet. Very windy behind that system. And it seems like the sun is trying to come out, actually. I might make a something burger for dinner. Yeah, the winds reminded me of Katrina here in Temple. National Weather Service dropped the ball. Yeah, I mean that system by Colleen, Temple, back into Marlin. I mean it for whatever reason it really lagged behind. It's this whole system. It really it broke off. This system really broke off from the main energy source, and it's just really trailing behind that main system, and it's really not going anywhere. Yeah, it's moving at 25 miles an hour when the rest of the storms are moving 55 miles an hour. So that's a huge difference of this observed tornado now. It's still there. I mean, this whole area is rotating by Rosebud of that confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now. Yeah, at 7:31. So there was a confirmed tornado located 10 miles east of Temple or near Seaton, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Another damaging tornado with golf ball size hail into Central Bell and southwestern Falls County. And you can see it right there on the south side there, right along north of Meeks. There's FM 485 near Cyclone and Wilson of this tornado that's on the ground right now. And this will swing off towards the Rosebud area along FM 413, just south of Marlin. And that's probably what you felt in Temple, of these straight line winds that converged on the south side that turned tornadic here. Yeah, significant damage being reported in Laverne. Yeah, that was that area that had that PDS type tornado warning associated with it. So yeah, I can only imagine. So hey, if anybody, the sun is out. I mean, it's completely sunny. So if anybody has some rainbow pictures, please send them to me. I know there's a rainbow out there somewhere. Yeah, 7:36, maybe about 20 more minutes of daylight here. Yeah, new mesoscale discussion, 80% chance of a watch for northeast Iowa with the next 2 hours. So we're still watching this confirmed tornado that's on the ground south of Meeks here that continues to push towards the Wilson area and towards Rosebud, just south of Temple and to central Texas. Yeah, so if we zoom out, you can see where we're at here. So it's pretty much done into North Texas. This is the velocity view. So we're watching all this activity south of Waco with that confirmed rotation south of Temple here. And so there's the zoomed out view that everything's pretty much done in North Texas. Everything's pushed off into East Texas. Now the severe threat has shifted into East Texas, towards the Sulphur Springs area, towards the Mineola area, into Gun Barrel City, into Athens. This eventually will shift off into Jacksonville, into the Tyler area, and then eventually head towards Mahia. This is also another severe thunderstorm near Teague, near Fairfield, that has some 60-mile-per-hour winds to it as well. And then, of course, we have all that activity down here south of Waco. Yeah, Haybaggin north of DFW is done. Yeah, pretty much. It's gone. It was moving so fast. Yeah, the way the storms looked, it looked like, yes, it was the main activity. It was going to be south of Interstate 30. That was exactly what happened. Most of the heavier, severe storms, tornadic storms, were all in central Texas. We had numerous confirmed tornado warnings, and we had several confirmed tornadoes that were on the ground. So yes, we have that still tornado in Texas. So let's switch off to Iowa again with that observed tornado that's still on the ground in Iowa. So that goes on for another 6 more minutes or so. Okay, so it looks like they extended it. They did extend the that tornado in Iowa. So a confirmed tornado that was on the ground, located 10 miles south of Britt, or 13 miles southwest of Garner. moving east at 55 miles an hour. This is officially from the National Weather Service in Des Moines, Iowa. This was northeastern Wright County, southeastern or southern Hancock County, and north central Iowa, as well as southwestern Cerro Gordo County and northern central Iowa here. That goes on until about 8:15. So this is another damaging tornado, confirmed tornado that's on the ground, going to be near the city of Garner around 7:50. So if you live in those areas, you need to take shelter. Here's some bearings. It's along Interstate 35, mile markers between 179 and 189. A confirmed damaging tornado reported by storm spotters that has some golf ball size hail with it that just got extended for another 35 minutes or so. I had like 5 people text me. I don't even know anybody text me. It looks amazing outside. Yeah, so this was the extension of the tornado in Iowa. All right, so if we zoom out here, you can see it. We had that activity that developed over Sioux Falls and to south of St. Paul here, with all that numerous hail, and now it's back building, right? So it's trailing, just like some of the high resolution guidance said. This will continue to probably continue to build. Look at all that hail along this corridor. Look at that. Yeah, so almost every storm that's formed here has produced at least some sort of hail with it, some sort of tornado, tornado warning associated with it, some sort of severe thunderstorm warning associated with it, with all this numerous hail. Anything that has a 1 on it, that's basically severe. That's basically quarter size hail or larger. So there's plenty of 1s. There's plenty of pinks in here. That's your over 2 inches hail. So yeah, pretty significant hail in this area. Lots of large hail reports today with some wind reports. Yeah, so if we go back, I mean, if you look, I mean, well, let's just go back to square one when we started the update. Here's your hail. I mean, this makes sense, right? I mean, this is what the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted to start to see where the impacts are going to be tonight. And look, I mean, look where the hail has been. This is the large hail. You could be seeing some golf ball size hail or larger. It's basically right in the exact same areas that they highlighted that could be seeing the most significant hail, right? This is all within that white shaded area of seeing all that significant hail. So even if you zoom down south, again, all these areas are in that corridor where they could see significant hail. So, and this whole corridor is in this zone. So as this continues to build throughout the night, it would make sense there would be more hail of this nature continuing to build further south through the evening hours into the morning hours. So yes, the Storm Prediction Center has done a phenomenal job to highlight the potential areas of impact that could see the larger hail. And this is basically exactly the same areas that they highlighted. before the event has started. And if we look to the tornado threat, we can see the same thing. All right, so here's the tornado threat. So you had a 5% probability of seeing a tornado within this brown shaded area, right? And we've seen several tornadoes within central Texas. If you go further north, again, you had higher probabilities of seeing a tornado within this sector, and we've seen everything in the red shaded area. That's where most of, if not all, the tornadoes have been so far this evening within that red shaded area. So again, pretty much spot on from the Storm Prediction Center of them really highlighting the most significant areas of impacts. Hey, Alan, sky is yellow now. Yeah, it looks really creepy outside. Yeah, it just almost looks ominous in a way. The sun was completely out, but now it's like really cloudy. Pal, it's yellow looking outside right now. What does that portend? It could be sun angle. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I've been in here for 4 hours, so back behind the storm, maybe some outflow back behind the storms with the sun setting. I mean, there's no rain. There's nothing going to happen. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Rainbow, east of McKinney. Yeah, I'm looking at some winds earlier. Looks like we had some a 52 mile per hour wind gust at DFW Airport. And at one point, it got down to, looks like they've had almost a quarter inch of rain, 0.21. Yeah, that's when it dropped to a mile visibility and very heavy rain. The wind, sustained wind, picked up to 41 miles an hour, and the gust picked up to 52. Now you're asking me about the winds. Let me find that for you. All right, looks like at last report, say McKinney National Airport, 32 mile per hour wind gust. Into Ardmore, 25. Yeah, nothing too significant. Denton, 33. Dallas Fort Worth, 31. Love Field, 29. Lawton Airport, 37. Paris, Texas. Wichita Falls, 39. Gainesville, 21. Fort Worth International, 32. Not too significant winds. But earlier, when the storms approached, they were in the 45 to 55 mile per hour range. Some of the gust. Hey, Pronell Roofing. Hey, thanks for always being a sponsor of the channel. You're awesome. Double rainbow, Rose and Garland? Really? I am missing all the fun. Can you take some pictures for me and send them to me? They brought Jersey Mike's, thanks to Holly. Oh, Facebook Messenger. Oh, yes. I got a ton of Facebook messages. Yeah, there it is, Ryan. Thanks for sending that to me. Gorilla size hail in Bell County. Yeah, that was at where's that? It can't come through. Trying to see if you had a picture of that, but it's not showing up here. I want to see a picture of that hailstone. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Kristen Gill sent it to me. It's like the size of her hand. That is unbelievable. That's crazy. Yes, Jessica and Forney. Look at that rainbow. That's awesome. All kinds of rainbow pictures. Oh my gosh, I got so many messages. Yep. Amazing rainbow in Dallas, Sharon. Double rainbow in Greenville. Can't get over that hailstone. Wow. I have to look at all that later. That's amazing. Hey, thanks for sharing all the rainbow pictures. That's pretty cool stuff. Especially that hailstone, Kristen and Ryan. I mean, that's basically history. We're watching history unfold here with that huge hailstone. All right, so let's go back to that storm in down here by Falls, Texas, because it's still tornado warned coming out of Rosebud here, and it's still dropping some very significant hail, 3 inches, 3.2 inches. Just some massive hail coming out of this whole sector here. So yes, at 7:50, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado that was located near Rosebud or 10 miles north of Cameron, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is northeastern Milam County and south central Falls County. This is issued by the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth. A radar indicated tornado with more golf ball size hail with it, as this continues to produce a radar indicated tornado through about 8:30 time frame. Okay, Sam. But yeah, kind of same deal. The same circulation that was coming out of Rosebud has now shifted towards the North Elm area and to the Ben Arnold area. Still showing fairly significant rotation here on the south side as this continues to push off to the east. But yeah, there's all that significant hail. It's tennis ball. That's baseball. That's up to grapefruit size hail potentially coming out of that area and out of Rosebud there. Hey, we've got odd, cloudy, orange, yellow skies here in Denison, like someone turned on a dimmer on. Yeah, the sky is completely turned yellow on the backside. All right, let's head back to Iowa again because it looks like we've got yet another observed tornado that is on the ground. At 7:37, there was another confirmed tornado that was located 10 miles south of Britt or 13 miles southwest of Garner, moving east at 55 miles an hour. This is northeastern Wright County, southern Hancock County, and southwestern Cerro Gordo County, and Iowa here. This another confirmed tornado by weather spotters that went over the Gardner area around that 7:50 time frame. So it's still showing this storm is on the ground in Iowa here, as it doesn't seem to want to let up. Yeah, just on the south side of Garner. I gotta get some water. All right, David, I'll check it out. Let's see. Check out that rainbow, David. That's awesome. That's cool stuff. Oh, here's my brother-in-law in Salado. He's got that massive hailstone. Huh. Wow, and all that hail in the backyard. Man. Look like the entire yard is covered. Oh, hey, Christina. Update Princeton. All right, so let's look at Princeton here. All right, so we zoom in. Well, we're pretty much done in Princeton. It's look like we're trying to get some activities, trying to back build towards the Frisco area, non-severe, but just like some activity trying to fill the gaps on the backside here. But right now it's clear as a bell in Princeton. But we have some isolated pop-up activity trying to form near the Dallas Toll Road towards the 121 area. So it looks like we have some very heavy rain that has developed. And it might have been from that sun, guys. You got to realize you got all that disturbance, and then the sun peaked out, and all I see is just really darkening skies now, probably because the sun's setting. But the atmosphere is still really turbulent. So maybe that sun, kind of regenerated some activity. Because look, I mean, it's actually, look at this activity that popped up by Dallas, by Highland Park, by Richardson, uh, and towards Plano here, just south of Frisco. I mean, you're pretty much done for the evening. So maybe that sun maybe destabilized the atmosphere a little bit. Yeah, you got more stuff, that building back behind in Gainesville here along Highway 82. I mean, we still have that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. You got to remember, the tornado watch still goes on until 11 o'clock tonight. That's still another 3 more hours. Yes, right now. Oh, it's a new one. We have a brand new tornado warning in the Tyler area. Uh, would include Wood County, Texas. So we have a brand new tornado at 7:58, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near Chandler or near Tyler, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This was issued by the Shreveport National Weather Service, central Smith County and northeastern Texas, southeastern Wood County and northeastern Texas, as well as southwestern Upshur County and northeastern Texas. This radar confirmed tornado that could be near the Tyler area at 8:10. So that's another 8 more minutes from now, and to Big Sandy, as well as in the Hawkins area around 8:25 timeframe. Other areas that could be impacted from this cell would be the Red Springs, the Union Grove, Noonday, Pritchett, as well as Winona here in East Texas. Yeah, so this is a developing tornado warning that just kind of popped up over right along north of Interstate 20 here. That's heading, does include portions of Wood County, that does include portions of, say, Mineola, and then it's heading towards, say, the Gilmore area out here into East Texas. And then we have that other tornado warning that continues to dump, just some. I mean, look at this hail, guys. I mean, this whole area is just taking a beating. Look at all that significant deep purple of dropping these 3-inch hailstones right now in Rosebud. That is some significant, dangerous hail. This massive corridor here, just there's north of Cameron, south of Rosebud. There's County Road 77 here. Just some unbelievable hail that's dropping right now from that tornado warning cell near Rosebud. So we're watching that cell that was located about 10 miles north of Cameron. That's moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is South Central Falls County in Central Texas, northeastern Milam County in Central Texas. This whole area has just been rotating and producing some massive hail really all night long. So I've got the hail corridor on right now. So this is where all the bigger hail is falling. It's still falling south of Temple here. We got a huge, massive swath over Rosebud right now, and we have another little cell near the city of Buffalo, and a little bit probably quarter size hail as it extends south of Fairfield, and then some heavier, maybe quarter size hail into Jacksonville. That's where the current hail has fallen at the moment. Wow. Yeah, that Salado tornado was massive. All right, so let's put back the reflectivity view now. All right, I switch radars so you can kind of get a big picture of what's happening, of where all the activity's falling. All right, so we still got all that activity just trailing into south of St. Paul, into Rochester, back into Sioux City, into Omaha, into Lincoln. And then we have all that activity that's basically out of North Texas. Some light showers have developed into portions of, say Princeton, Garland, but all pushing east. Yes, I would say for the most part, you're pretty much done if you live west of Highway 75. Everything's pushing off to the east and to East Texas. The leading edge is in Tyler. That's where they have that brand new tornado warning that just popped up. And then you just have this one lone cell down here south of Waco that just won't quit. But it looks like we have a brand new tornado warning that popped up over Iowa. So at 8:06, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near Garner. That was moving east about 40 miles an hour. This was issued by the Des Moines, Iowa National Weather Service. Radar indicated tornado, some golf ball size hail. So it includes the cities of Mason City and Nora Springs, but it should be near Clear Lake around 8:20. And then Mason City Municipal Airport around 8:25. Another radar indicated tornado that's coming out of the city of Garner that's dropped some significant hail in its path that now has produced a tornado warned supercell that's pushing off to the east. But you can see all the activity now. It's just all trailing behind this boundary here that continues to jump. I mean, we just look at this. Just pockets of 2 inches, 2.5 inches. There's a 3-inch amount. more 2 inches, more 2.5 inches. You just keep on going up the line here. Numerous golf ball hail. There's a 2.2. There's 1.5 inches. And just keep going further north. Quarter size hail. And this continues to go north. More golf ball size hail. And then you get back down here, we are a little bit bigger hail again, 2 inches, 2.5 inches. Just a ton of hail tonight. Where am I located? I'm located in Dallas. All right. Okay, so these winds have now approached 70 miles an hour now. As this continues to push into East Texas, the winds have ramped up. So we're getting indications around 7:44 that severe thunderstorm that was located northwest of Frankston, or 13 miles southeast of Athens, moving northeast about 55 miles an hour, does have some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it. So these continue to amplify as it continues to push off to the east as far as the wind threat is concerned. As that low-level jet is like really getting entrenched in the disturbance now, and just really increasing these winds, and especially as they tend to kind of bow out. The more they're able to bow out, the heavier winds are going to be. So we were looking at some of the high-resolution guidance earlier, and it kind of showed once it hit Shreveport, they really started to bow out. So it's not out of the question. You could be picking up some, 80 to probably 85-mile-per-hour winds maybe once they hit Shreveport area into the overnight hours. So this whole segment is starting to form kind of a more of a squall line now, as these storms are really starting to intensify and really starting to they're not as discrete. They're not showing as they're not as discrete as they were earlier. So you can see the connection of these storms. There's no separation here, right? So they're not separated whatsoever. So this is what's basically referred to as it's transferring from a kind of a hail threat to a damaging wind threat. So I would think the hail threat has come down. You can get some tornadic activity on the leading edge of these fronts, but not as many, because these storms aren't as discrete, and they're not as isolated as they were back further to out to the west. And now this is more or less transferring into the highest impact is damaging winds, right? So we're starting to see the transformation of these storms, at least with this cell, because it's clearly this whole cell down here has just really separated from itself. It did not get caught up into the upper airflow pattern of this disturbance, and for whatever reason, and this is all by its lonesome, and you got basically two isolated cells aren't really going anywhere anytime fast, because it doesn't have the low-level jet associated with it anymore, and it's almost stalled out. That's why we got the flash flood warning in place. So we're just picking up just numerous hail, and it continues to dump over really a lot of the same areas that they've been seeing, and it's more compact. We're seeing a lot more hail compact in these areas. Yeah, so let's go back to that Tyler storm. So this is the radar indicated tornado. So Tyler is under that tornado warning as of 7:58. So this has been warned. At 7:58, there was a thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado that was located near Chandler or near Tyler, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this does include the central Smith County areas in northeastern Texas, southeastern Wood County, and northeastern Texas, as well as southwestern Upshur County and northeastern Texas as well, with this radar indicated tornado. And that's why you're actually hearing the sirens right now with these potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds that's coming out of this area near Tyler. So we're starting to get a lot of straight line winds. You can actually see it better on the velocity view here, as this is really starting to really bow out here. So sometimes, these 70-mile-per-hour winds can do just as much damage as an EF0 tornado within this area. So we're definitely starting to see the indications of this transferring into more of a damaging wind threat. You could have some very quick spin ups on the leading edge of this activity that's moving 55 miles an hour. All right, so here's the latest update on the tornado watches. Yeah, so they still have. Looks like they let that expire. It looks like they let. Yeah, so they did. They did in fact let the. So the tornado watch has expired for Dallas, Garland, Plano, McKinney, Denton, uh, all these areas into basically west of Highway 75. They went ahead and let the tornado watch go ahead and expire, and rightfully so. You're pretty much done. You're done for the evening. So if you live west of Highway 75, you were done for the evening. So everything has shifted off into East Texas, and then they extended the tornado watch back here into Northeast Texas. So this goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is an extension of the tornado watch that goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning for basically Northeast Texas. This does extend all the way into portions of Camden, into El Dorado, into Ruston, into Monroe, all the way down south into Lufkin, into Nacogdoches, as this activity will continue to push eastward into the overnight hours, eventually heading toward Shreveport into Texarkana. Hope, Arkansas is included in that tornado watch that goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. So that is the update on the tornado watch. So yes, if you're listening to me from North Texas, you're basically done for the evening. Hey, well, that was intense. My husband and daughter drove through that tornado warning, and I was in a closet. All right, so let's go back to the storm down further south. That goes on for another 10 minutes. This tornado warning further south. At 8:08, there was that storm near Rosebud of that producing tornado that was moving east at 30 miles an hour. That was for northeastern Milam County. So that continues to be tornado warned down there south of into central Texas. This very activity that's been really inundating these same areas for all night long. But I appreciate everybody sending me the pics tonight. All the rainbow pics and everything. That's pretty cool stuff. Hey, Jackie. Yes, we do have. It looks like we might have another. I get the last wave, right? I mean, there could potentially be another wave that comes through North Texas into the early morning hours tomorrow morning. It looks like a kind of a quick moving squall line that could develop in the morning hours, maybe 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. That'll quickly move across. That's when the cold front will move through. They have it's like a marginal risk for severe weather, but it's going to be a very early morning event. It appears that it's going to be rapidly moving across the metroplex. It could easily set up just east of, into East Texas as well, and then push off. So, but yeah, it's just a kind of a quick and that's the last of the storms. A quick moving system tomorrow. But so yes, the National Weather Service they went ahead and extended this tornado warning down by Rosebud. So at 8:19, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 8 miles west of Calvert, or moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is for central Robertson County, as well as northeastern Milam County in central Texas. That goes on until 9 o'clock. This is the same area that's been tornadic all night long, and the same area that's been producing some larger hail with it as well. Continues to push off to the east. Here, I'll be back in a second. Hold on. Shut mine up. All right. All right, let's see what else is happening. Yeah, it looks like the Iowa stuff is really starting to get its act together now. So yes, the Iowa stuff is really intensifying now. We've got several tornado warnings now into Iowa here. Well, one, two, well, three into Texas. All right, so this tornado warning over Iowa was at 8:15. There was a confirmed severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near Clear Lake or 8 miles southeast of Garner. That was moving at 35 miles an hour. So it's basically over the Clear Lake area right now of this, and eventually heading towards the Mason City Municipal Airport into Nora Springs area into Iowa for this evening as this continues to lift off into the northeast. But yeah, my plan for tomorrow is to come back on and be on a good chunk of the day. With all the severe threat is going to be impacting a good chunk of the Ohio Valley and the South and the Southeast today. It's a pretty bit massive event for tomorrow, and we can highlight that now. Let's talk about tomorrow, since we're only 3 hours away technically. All right, so this is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center as everything continues to push to push east. So yes, like I mentioned earlier, there could be a quick little squall line that comes through North Texas into the wee hours of the morning, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, potentially quick moving squall line, more of a wind threat. But that will quickly move through of a lot of dry air trailing behind the front, extremely dry conditions tomorrow, bone dry. That's when extreme critical fire danger. I mean, the relative humidity values drop into basically nothing in West Texas, just a 2 or 3, 4%. That's like Death Valley dry. Extremely high critical fire danger tomorrow in the panhandle of Texas, New Mexico into West Texas. Very dangerous day. And then all the severe threat shifts further to the east. So there's a updated massive swath of a moderate risk for severe weather that extends into portions of Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee. I do have a storm spotter here going to be setting up into Memphis, Tennessee tomorrow, a chaser. So I'll be tracking his coverage as well into Jackson, into Jonesboro, Evansville. So this whole area is going to be under the gun for a massive swath of severe weather into tomorrow. Big storms into Shreveport, into Jackson, into Nashville, into Louisville. All this extends into Indianapolis, even extends into portions of Chicago. And then you can't even rule out severe weather that'll even extend as far north as southern Wisconsin, getting into Detroit, Michigan. It's going to be a massive day unfolding with a big swath of severe weather. And one of the main impacts is going to be a pretty significant tornado day as well, as we got this whole area in yellow is under a hatched risk of some of those EF2 type tornadoes back into Shreveport, into Jackson, into Little Rock, into Memphis, into Nashville, back into Louisville, into Indianapolis, into Springfield, back into St. Louis. This whole area will be under the gun to potentially see some of those EF2 type tornadoes, some of those tornadoes that we actually saw tonight in Iowa, but down into Salado, Texas, could unfold tomorrow in this yellow shaded zone, and even a higher probability in this red shaded zone, even like maybe a 15% chance of a greater probability, like we're seeing in Iowa tonight with that tornadic activity unfolding there. So this is where the tornado threat is going to be for tomorrow, as this same system continues to push off to the eastbound, and then the hail threat is going to be there as well. Pretty significant hail. All that continues to push through. This whole area will be inundated with very large hail, highlighted in these white shaded areas. So Memphis gets hit pretty hard tomorrow with potentially very large tornadoes and very large hail within that area. And the wind gusts are going to be upwards to 70 miles an hour. So it's a very dangerous day. It's probably the most widespread severe weather of the days so far of this event. There's been three. This will be day 3 tomorrow from this event. The good thing is by Thursday, this is a pretty strong cold front trailing behind it. So by Thursday, as this gets into, say, Atlanta, as it gets into the Carolinas, North Carolina, gets into portions of Virginia, up here into West Virginia, I do feel the cold air is eventually going to be kind of caught up with the warm sector, if you will. And then it's really going to squash the severe storms in a big way. So I'm really not expecting hardly really any severe storms into Thursday timeframe. You still get some stronger storms, but I think a lot of the cold air is just going to be entrenched into this main system that we've been dealing with for the past 3 days, that the severe threat is going to wind down in a big way by Thursday. So you have 3 significant days. You got that Monday threat. You had today's threat. But I think the bigger day is going to be by far tomorrow, with more just, widespread severe weather unfolding. And it's been very active, guys. I mean, storm season typically starts around the middle of March. And I don't need to tell you how many, we had a record March of tornadoes. And so far, it's been a very active April, and we're about halfway through. So we're only halfway through. And typically once you hit the second half of April going into May, that is more prime time. So for the next 6 weeks, I mean, you got to realize the average temperatures go up. That means your dew points can go up a little higher, because just, playing the averages, just you warm up the atmosphere further. So if you take the same system that came through in March, you put that in May, that's going to be a lot bigger significant event with the increase in temperatures. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely expecting an active second half of severe weather season, unfortunately, as this, year two La Nina keeps pushing on. And I see no indications whatsoever. In fact, the La Nina is only deepening for the last 2 weeks. I thought we were making somewhat of a recovery, but it continues to almost creep back down into moderate La Nina stage. So, yeah, I don't see the La Nina going away anytime soon, unfortunately. All right, so let's go back up to Iowa again, because we do have another observed tornado that is on the ground. At 8:28, there was a confirmed tornado located 8 miles northeast of Logan, or 25 miles southwest of Denison, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this was another confirmed tornado. Goes on till 8:45 for northeastern Harrison and northwestern Shelby County in the state of Iowa. The tornadic supercell could be located near the Dunlap area around 8:40 p.m. So if you live in these sectors, you definitely need to be in your safe zone with this tornadic supercell that is confirmed by spotters on the ground as we speak. Yeah, so going back, going back to Texas, a lot of the activity has pushed off. Hey, Kyle. Hey, thanks, Kyle, for becoming a member. You're awesome. All right, so we have that other tornado warned supercell over the city of Buffalo that looks like it has some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this system continues to bow out as it continues to move further into East Texas. So we have a brand new. This is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued for at 8:35. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located over East Mountain or White Oak, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is for western Marion County, Cass County, Harrison, Upshur, Morris, and Gregg County in northeastern Texas. Locations in the path are going to be Diana, around 8:45 p.m., or City or in Harlington around 8:55, and Berea around 9:10. Other areas that could be impacted from this radar indicated tornado is Lassiter, Warren City, Union Grove, as well as Jetson into far east Texas of this brand new tornado warning that just got issued for this same area that continues to bow out. But right on this leading edge here, it is showing some circulation, and that's typical of what you could find of these like little quick spin ups. The main impacts are going to be your damaging winds, that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, but on the leading edge, you could be having these little quick spin up tornadoes, could be on the ground for maybe a couple of minutes or so. And that's what you would typically see along one of these squall lines like this. Yeah, at least through May. Yeah, the La Nina, basically the latest confirmation from the Climate Prediction Center, the La Nina continues all the way through spring. There is a 54% chance it continues all the way through summer. And there's even a 45% chance it actually continues through fall. And I've seen some guidance that we could be three-peat. Three-peat means 3 years in a row. La Nina is not out of the question. And the last time that happened was 22 years ago. So there's no indications. I basically see no indications that La Nina letting up anytime soon. So that basically implies active storm season, very hot summer, very active hurricane season. I mean, and then drought. For those in drought or looking to extend the drought. I mean, I wish I had better news. The drought continues. The severe weather threat really ramps up. And then you have a very hot summer under the dry soils. And then you have a very active hurricane season. That's basically what that means. I mean, the last time we saw El Nino was 2015. And there were subtle hints of El Nino in 2018. The La Nina is what we've basically been in for the last 2 years. So the same type of weather you've been seeing for the last 2 years is going to repeat. All right. So yeah, I plan on being on a good chunk of the day tomorrow, probably being a lot longer live stream than what today was. I did do a video this morning, and I've been on for almost 5 hours now. But um, yeah, so I plan on. I'm not doing a video tomorrow morning. I'm just going to be doing live stream most of the day for all that activity that's going to be heading off into the southeast. So yes, you know, this activity will continue for the rest of the night. I mean, it's going to be a massive swath of severe weather. This is going to be pushing off into East Texas, and then we have that other system that's come across. But we kind of went over and highlighted what's going to be unfolding for tomorrow. So I'm going to be on live again for doing more storm coverage, probably closer to, say, the 9, 10 o'clock time frame, maybe even sooner. Depends on. I want to get a good night's sleep because I know there's going to be a very busy day tomorrow. With a ton of severe weather for, probably 10, 12 hours, all throughout the day. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys watching. I'm probably going to go ahead and end the stream right now and have some dinner and get some good night's sleep so I can be ready to go. It's been pretty busy the last 2 days for tomorrow, going into all day tomorrow with severe weather coverage. So, but yeah, so hey, I appreciate everybody tuning in this evening. All the new subscribers out there, all the donations that came in, greatly appreciate it. And but yeah, stay tuned for tomorrow and tomorrow's coverage. I'll be coming on live maybe 9, 10 o'clock time frame. And I appreciate all the mods out there helping me out with the live stream tonight. So yes, it's severe weather is going to be lasting all night long. I mean, I could literally be live for 48 hours straight. But I'm gonna have some dinner, and then I'm gonna get a good night's rest, and I'll be back on live doing more coverage for starting tomorrow morning. All right. Hey, thanks for tuning in tonight. Y'all be safe out there. All right. Good night.